Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Rick.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Rick.
Good morning. Or good afternoon, as the case may be. Let's see. We've got, 5 of the 7 that we're expecting. So
Hi,
we'll just
morning.
give it good morning. We'll just give it a few more minutes and then we'll get started. Hope everybody's doing well. I just got my coffee. A little bit early over here on the west coast of the US. Well, let's see. I'm not sure if we're going to have anybody else joining us. We've got, let's see, I think I see, I see Brian there, and I see Witold, and Sebastian, I believe. I've got one of these says P. Let me take a look here. Oh, okay, that's Sebastian. Then the other one, Calvin, okay. And Global Service Desk, who could that be? Okay, so we're just missing, it looks like Barry and Ruben. Maybe, well.
I'm here.
Okay, Barry. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Oh, Ruben.
Ruben, I'm sorry. So you're the Global Service Desk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
And
that's weird.
And then let's see here. So it looks like Tabitha and Barry, maybe. We're waiting on them just a little bit. But let's see. So Brian's off to get a cup of coffee. I'll kind of keep an eye on.
Change my name.
What's that? Okay, yeah, it did. And now I can see you, Ruben. All right. Well, so I was taking a look in your VMs last night, and I saw that we're doing pretty good. It looked like most of you got the idea of getting into that 50,004 production, account, the blank one, and then, working from there. But I did see that there were a few people that, were having some trouble. So I thought what we do is maybe before we get started, I'll just ask if there are any questions that anyone has from yesterday's content, and we can start there and see if there's anything that you might have questions about. And if not, then what I thought we'd do, see, I'm just looking here. So, yeah, so what I thought we'd do is just do a real quick review of, how to get into that to your remote, VM here, and actually set it up. Here, let me just close this stuff. This is actually a different one. So let me just close this and get out of this one. Okay, let's see. So let me start up. Okay, well, shoot, before I start up anything, let me just take a look at this and see where we've come and then see where we're going. So Yesterday we just went over the interface, a little bit of orientation, some fundamental terms and such. And then we got into ticket processing, and so we pretty much covered all the way through to here in terms of the lab outline. So what we're doing from today forward is we're looking at setting up service operation. Service operation is basically the ITIL lifecycle phase that deals with incident, service request, problem. And so service operation, what we're going to be doing is we're looking at how to set up some integrations so we can populate some dependencies that we need, so that we can then go in and create some processes. And so we're going to go from integrations into then creating workflows. Basically we're actually going to continue the integrations and create an incident catalog, and then add some group members from our employee integration. We're going to set up some groups, and then we're going to get into workflow management, create some workflows. And we're going to do the standard 3, which are the main workflow, the standard incident workflow, and then the front office workflow, and then the immediate solution workflow, which is a first call resolution workflow. And then this workflow here, this local intervention workflow, it's kind of interesting because it uses multiple domains, and it shows how you can actually route by domain constraints. So that one's a pretty interesting lab. And then after we get our workflows set up and we've got them all aligned with all the work that we've compiled from all the previous labs, then we're going to go ahead and then go in and do some testing. Once we get through that, then we're going to set up just a couple of workflows for request fulfillment. We'll be setting up a catalog as well, and then testing that. And so that should take us probably through the day. But if not, then if we still have time left at the end of the day, then we'll get into these areas here. And I have had some requests of some other topics, so I want to save those till the end. But one of the topics that we're going to cover is going to be asset management. And then if there are any other topics, just feel free to either send me an email or put them in the chat or something that you're really wanting to see. Once we get through the core curriculum here, then we can explore some other areas. If you're wanting to look at business rules or API, REST API integration or something like that, we can see if we have time for that. But yeah, I know one of the more popular topics is asset management, so we'll definitely add that in here at the end. Okay, so that kind of gives us a roadmap on how we're going to progress over today, and then what we're going to look at doing tomorrow. So now what I want to do is just do a quick review of let me see, let me get into my VM, do a quick review of how we can set up our 50,000 for environment so we can do our lab work. And I think about half of you got it. Uh-oh, I have the wrong. Yep, a second. Copy and paste this one. How about that? Okay. Yeah, like I was going to say, I think about half of you were able to get into the 50,000 for account, get it set up, and integrate your locations information into it. And so I just like to take a look at that real quick as an overview, and then we'll get into the next exercise. And they're kind of repetitive, these integration exercises, until we get towards the last one or two, and then they get to be a little less repetitive. But it's definitely worthwhile to go through the integrations a couple times just to get comfortable with it, because you'll be using those this integration technique to, do bulk population of reference tables and such as an administrator. So it's a good idea to know how to do it. So what I'm going to do is come in here, and then I'm going to start up Service Manager. And then now what I want to do is I want to get into this 50,004 account. Basically, we have 3 accounts we can play with, as we know. And if you, again, as a review, if we looked at the database, we could see what all we have available. We have these databases, and we can see that we have something called 50,004, something called 50,005, and something called 40,000. As a review, 50,004 is production, 50,005 is sandbox, and then 40,000 is your demo environment. And we've got 2 different sets of databases, one that is your configurations and the other that is your data, the different tables, configuration tables are here, of course, and then the main transactional tables are here in the data databases. And then you have a couple other, you've got the references database, which holds a lot of your reference tables. You've got a back office database, which will hold the tables that you're going to set up to integrate with other systems. So using what we call a pre-import process, which possibly a little bit later, we'll take a peek at that. If you just type in the wiki pre-import, you'll see that whole process defined. But that's basically used when you're wanting to, say, integrate with AD or something, and you're wanting to connect rather than to a CSV file, to actually connect to another system and then pull data in with a SQL query over an ODBC connection. You'd be pulling that information into this back office database, and then you'd have specific tables that you'd set up to be able to, custom tables to be able to capture the specific system's information. And then, so that's about the size of it. It's a good overview, good for you to know, at least at a high level, what the database structure is. And then as you get more familiar with Easy Vista, then you'll start looking at these databases and start memorizing the data model. If we went into like production and sandbox are going to look the same. They're just different environments. So when you look at these tables are going to start looking familiar, especially when we start working on forms and editing forms. You're going to see a lot of references to the tables and the fields that are in this database. So I'll leave that at that for now. And so now, so what we want to do, we know that we've been able to get into the 40,000 account, which is our demo database, and it's all fully populated. But now for the purposes of the exercises, it's nice to start with a totally clean, empty database. And that's what 50,004 production and 50,005 sandbox are. They're empty databases. So they're so empty that there's absolutely no access accounts in them. So what we use is this super admin account, admin EZV, with the password admin, and then we can get in, and you can see here, and by way of review, I'm just showing this now. You can see that we can get in here, but you can see that this account is not tied to a profile or a domain, and all you can really see is just the admin section. You can't see any of the other sections in the system. This is just designed for you to go in and do some quick account setup, so that you can then access, pristine or empty, systems. And so what everybody should have been able to do is come in here. So log in, and I went through that a little bit quickly. So when you log in, again, it's admin EZV, and then the password is just admin. And we're logging into the 50,004 account. And we got there from just clicking on Service Manager to get the login window. And then what we want to do is we want to then click on Employees, which is under Admin, Access Management, Employees, and then just, add an account. Add, your own account, or you could add a test account, or you can add an admin account. Let me just go through account setup again real quick, just for those that may have had a little bit of trouble with this. So all we need to do is just give a name here. So I'm going to put in Easy Vista Administrator. Okay, so I'm giving it a name. Title is optional, as is any of these fields that do not have asterisks, they're all optional. However, because we're setting up a login account, then there are a couple fields that we need to fill in that are not showing as being required. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put in admin@evtry.com, and you can, of course, if you're setting up your own account, you can put in your own email address there. And then for the password, I'm going to use the same thing. Now, since this is an internal account, you could just put in admin here and admin there. It really doesn't matter to the system whether or not this is an actual email address when you're setting up an account. It would matter if you actually are wanting to notify this account, then they would have to have an actual email address. But if you're just setting it up for test purposes, you can just put in admin or something like that. It's important to remember, just going down the list here, make sure we're filling things in. Department, we're not going to be able to do anything with because we haven't filled out any departments yet. So we don't have that reference table set up. So, we can't select anything until we set that up. And what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to come back and populate our accounts. Typically what we do is we might set up things via an integration model, and we might have to run those integration models a couple times, depending upon when the reference tables get set up. Sometimes an integration model will set up 2 or 3 or 4 reference tables for you all at the same time, and then you just might have to run your employee integration a couple times to pick up that data, and that's okay to do. So then what we're going to do is we're going to give it a profile here. Employee number optional. Function is basically job title, if you're wondering. So there is a reference table called function, and that's where you would put the different job titles, or if you were integrating with AD, then you would tie the title attribute to that function table, and then you'd get all of your job titles in there. Mobile phone, fax number, these things are all set the way we want them to be. Locations, we don't have any locations yet. Let's see, well, I do have locations now because I finished the exercise yesterday. So I guess I could, if I wanted to, come in here and pop in my location, and I'll pop in my actual location here. So I can do that just because we have that data now in that reference table. Company, of course, we don't. It's empty. And so just for reference, company is actually found under suppliers. So if you go in under reference and then the directories, you'll see a suppliers table. That's where we're tying company to. And then for notifications, you've got all of these options. And typically we default just to mail. Okay. And then, so we're all good there. So then I'm going to go next, finish, and then when we get to this point, I've still got a couple steps. So I've got a couple things that are not filled in yet, like domain, and it is important to fill in, or to indicate a default domain. It's just a good practice. So I would come up here and set the default domain. If you don't set it, the system knows to always reference the default domain if an account doesn't have the default domain set. But it's just good form, good practice to go ahead and set the default domain. The next thing we want to do is, we're just looking here. All the fields are filled out. These optional fields, no big deal. I'm looking down my wizards. Next thing I want to do is, set the password. Of course, I'm setting the EasyVista internal password, and I'm just going to set it to evapps. Okay. And so then I don't need to save that. So now I've got this account all set up. So now what I want to do that I have all set up is I want to go ahead and log out of this admin account, this super admin account, and then log into my account that I just set up. And when I do that, then I'm going to be able to see all the rest of the areas of the system. Okay, and the reason I can see that is because I have a user profile associated with this account now, so it's showing me, what I'm enabled to see, or what's enabled, what rights I have enabled. Okay, so that's how you would set up an account in your 50,004 account, and then we've already gone through the exercise, the first one, which is to add the locations. So I think almost everybody has locations added. There were a few that weren't able to do that. So
did you get 8 twice?
So what we're going to do is these labs build on each other, because ultimately you'll see, if you read forward just a little bit, we're going to ultimately be setting up employees and equipment, and they're going to refer to some of these other tables when you set them up. And then when we get into the catalog and the groups, of course, to set up groups, we're going to need employees, and so we're kind of building. Remember that one slide I had. Let's see if I can find it here. This slide, this is gonna have to start the show here just to see this one. Yeah, so this slide I'm talking about, dependencies, more dependent as we go down the list. So we want to, as we're going through these exercises, fill in as much of these items as we can before we get to the point where we're actually trying to create a ticket. Okay. All right, so we should have our locations in. That was our first integration. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to do departments. And that's essentially going to look like the locations exercise. It's not that difficult to do. I'll go ahead and just start it here, and then if everybody would follow along and go ahead and add this integration to their system, that would be excellent. So I'm going to come in here to the departments spreadsheet, and all we're doing now is we're cleaning up our data, and then we're building out, we're going to have a 3-tier structure now in this 4th column. So if we follow the exercise, take a look at this exercise. And shoot, let's see. Okay, so we're going to have 3 columns here, and what we're going to do is we're going to concatenate all of them into a 4th column. Okay, so it's just going to be simply concatenating with a slash in between each, like we did before, using the concatenate function. So not anything overly complicated. Just this is what we're going to be doing for this particular exercise. We're going to end up with a department column. So we're going to add a fourth column, and then we're going to title it. And actually, we want to make sure we have column header titles, on these first three columns as well. It just makes the integration, the importing, a little bit easier. So we're going to make sure we have those, and then put department on the fourth, and then we're going to use this formula to concatenate these three columns. And we should end up, this should be pretty quick to do, but we should end up with a something similar to what we did with location. And then we'll go ahead and create this integration model to be able to import this into our system. What I might mention though, I kind of skipped over this yesterday. Let me go back to the data integration kind of basics here and just mention some of these items here real quick. So these are some things to look out for when you're looking or when you're setting up data for import, when you're creating a CSV file. So these sorts of things. Remember that EasyVista uses the / as a level or a hierarchical delimiter. So each level is predicated by a slash. So if you have a / in your data that's part of the data structure, that needs to be replaced. It could be replaced with anything other than a /. So it could be, you could replace it with a /, you could replace it with dash or underline or something like that. But / for those fields, now not every field in EasyVista will interpret that / as a demarc, for levels. It's only those fields that are actually set up as a data type of a tree structure data type. So now you can put data with / into other data type fields like text fields, for instance, which are just nvarchar or nvarchar, however you say that. So basic just data strings. But in EasyVista, where a field is defined as a tree, you got to be careful with the / because if you have /, say if you have a column with a / in the middle of two words, and then you have another column and then another column, you have 3 columns, you're expecting 3 levels, but you're going to end up with 4 levels because of that extra slash. So just be aware of that. The other things are punctuation. Of course, this is just, standard, CSV file 101, and that you gotta, make sure you know what the delimiter is that you're using in your file. It could be a comma, or you might change it to a semicolon or even a tab. Any of those will work with EasyVista. The next thing is to just be aware of the different data or the date type formats, and what you're using, whether it's North American, European, or SQL. Any of these will work. You just want to be consistent. You don't want to mix and match them across your data. Leading zeros, look out for that. There's a way to pad cells with leading zeros if you have a requirement, like in an asset tag, where you want to have 6 characters or 6 numbers, and with leading zeros, you always want 6 numbers. So there's a way to do that. You just have to be aware that you can lose your leading zeros depending upon how you set up that structure and how you export your data into a CSV file. And then looking for duplicate values and such, or non-normalized values, be aware of that. You can set up defaults in your integration, as we did, as I think we've done that. Maybe I haven't shown that yet, but when you're setting up your integration model, you can actually set up, you can actually not have a source field, in your CSV file, but you can designate a destination field with the default. And so even though you don't have a source for something like this, like notification, we may be importing employee data from an Active Directory source, and it doesn't have this notification field. Well, we can still import into the notification field in EasyVista and then just set the default to mail, and then every instance that gets imported will have that set. The same thing we can do, with our language field as well. And then other things to look out for, just mixing and matching, again, non-normalized data around things like states, state abbreviations, and such. Now we have two different ways to import. In terms of files, we can just use a CSV file. We don't have the ability to import any other formats at this point. But then we also have the ability to set up a connection string to another system and then pass information that way. So when we create another integration model, I'll show that ODBC connection, a definition, and how that would be set up. Okay, so I just wanted to cover that real quick, and then so now let's get into the next exercise, which is department, and let me get there. So department. So yeah, if you would just follow along, with your guide there, and then go ahead and do this in your system. I'm going to move this out of the way and then come back to my system here. Okay. All right. So what we're looking for here, as I mentioned, is we're wanting first, let's go ahead and insert a row above, and let's set up our headers. They're not 100% absolutely needed, but it just makes things a little nicer when you're importing. Easier to see things. You can call them 1, 2, 3 or whatever you want. But then the actual field that we're going to import, these are just references. This is the field we're going to import, and we're just going to call this department. And if we match the name with what we have in our integration model, then it'll auto map directly. Otherwise, we'll have to manually make that mapping occur. And then, so the next thing I'll do is I'll usually just turn on the filter and then come down here and start looking at things and seeing if I have any problems. And I can see here I have a bunch of problems, right? And just to give you guys a little background, these resources are used in our certification testing exam. So, it's the same thing. The tester, the examiner, tried to throw, a bunch of stuff in. The certification exam is a timed exam. So the idea is that you identify the problems quickly and then correct them quickly and then move on. So whatever technique you use for that is up to you. And then there's even a technique which I was showing some folks yesterday, where if you do make a mistake, you can use the reorganize wizard to relocate, items that are in the wrong places. Now I'm clicking on this finally. It let me do that. Okay. So yeah, whatever technique works for you, go ahead and employ that one. So just cleaning up that data there. So that looks pretty good. Take a look at this. Here, I'll turn this back to all. And then, oh, you can see right there, we've got forward slashes, which we don't want. We talked about that. And we got a little misspelling going on here. Let's see what else we got going on. Anything else? Yeah, direct, there's a little dot there. And sometimes you can even have a space, which will throw things off. And so that's why sometimes I'll examine my CSV files in a text editor just to see if I can see something unusual like that. You know, spaces are hard to notice, and you can actually turn on the non-printable characters and see if there's anything there that might be trouble. If you have carriage return line feeds in your cells, that's not good unless you put quotes around them. Or else what'll happen is they'll line break and they'll act like two records instead of one. So little things like that to just kind of look out for. Let's see. So I think we got that cleaned up pretty well. It looks like. Looks okay. And then we'll just take a look at this one, see if there's anything weird that stands out. That looks pretty good. They're going easy on us on this last column. Okay, and then here, now, however you want to, you can put the formula in here. You can either type it in direct if you're comfortable doing that, or you can just use this formula editor. And so you could type your formula in here if you're okay with, doing it that way, or you can just come in here and then just pick the columns you want. Remember that in between you're wanting to put a slash, and the mistake I was making yesterday was I wasn't making it a text slash, so I wasn't able to concatenate it properly. So you want to put quotes around your forward slash, then put in the next column, and then another forward slash, and we want to put in one more cell. So you could type it in or just click on it. And so this is our formula, and it looks good. And then we even have a little preview of what that's going to do, which is looking good. And then we just go ahead and set that, and that's exactly what we want to see. Finance, accounting, agriculture in that tree structure like that. We just click on this little handle here and it'll copy down to all of them. And now everything should be good.
Hey, Rick, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that spaces could be an issue in the data. Okay, what about this? There's customer support that has spaces in it, and then there's one called oil and gas. Is that going to be an issue?
Customer support and oil and gas. Let's see. So is that over here?
And consumer goods too.
Yeah. No, when I mention spaces, this will be okay like this. It's just that sometimes I'll see spaces like in the beginning or the end of a character.
Right, okay. That's what I thought. I was making sure.
Yeah. And then I've noticed that, so what happens is if you have a space, like you have invoicing and you have a space in front of it and you have another one without a space, the system will treat it as two different, level, or two different words, two different levels. So one of the things you could do is you can trim all your spaces, right? You'll find that, like if I was to put in here, if I put a space in here in front of direct and then we went ahead and ran that, we'll end up with two direct levels, one that has a space in front and one that doesn't. And that's not what you're going to want. So just little things like that. You'll usually catch those things after the fact, and then there's there is a way to clean those things up. I think we explored that a little bit at the end of the day yesterday, but not to worry. So yeah, but the spaces in between like that's not a problem. Now, and even ampersands are okay. You want to be consistent, of course. If you're going to use ampersands for ands, then you want to use them. You know, if you have oil and gas in multiple places and one says oil ampersand gas and the other one says oil and gas, that's going to be two different, of course, values. And let's see, what else can I think of here? That's, you know, that's about it. It's just standard, you know, data handling kind of 101. So the other trick that I always do is I make sure that I save my example to the Excel format. And then after I've got my work saved in Excel, then I'll go ahead and save it as CSV. And then if I find that I need to edit something, I'll go back to the Excel
doing it. I've been emailing them every single day.
CSV file, because you know, when you export to CSV, then that's
Should be
kind of
illegal.
a
It's
one-shot
offensive
deal.
to me.
You could put
To people like
leading
me who
zeros
are
in front of things
vegan, and it's so
in your Excel
triggering.
file
And I don't know why.
using, you know, a formatting function, and then that's fine. But then when you export that to CSV, it'll stay that way. But then when you re-import that back into Excel so that you can modify that file, then it strips off those things and you have to put them back. So it's better if you just keep an Excel file that you edit, and then when you've got it the way you want it, then just export it to CSV. At least that's what my experience has been. You know, you guys might have different techniques for that, but that seems to work best, you know, in my case. So we've got this saved. So now we just want to go ahead and save it as CSV file. So do a save as, and then change this here. And then we're going to use, you know, that same name. And then what I like to do is just take a look at it in a text editor. It's just another, maybe a little quirk that I have, but I just kind of like to examine my data. Now, if you've got rows and rows, thousands of rows of data, this becomes less useful, you know, to examine it in a text file. But what I will do is I will still look at the beginning and the end. Sometimes when you export, you may not see in Excel the fact that you've got spaces in your cells, and you might have a whole bunch of extra rows at the end, and they'll be shown here as a bunch of commas because there were spaces in the cells and you didn't really, you know, notice that, or tabs in the cells. And so with all those commas in your CSV file, those will be imported as they could potentially be imported as blank records, depending upon how well your data integration is set up. So anyway, this looks good. And so we'll just quickly go ahead and then use this. Yeah, we'll go ahead and create an integration model for departments. So we'll come down here to our integration under admin. We'll come into integration here, and we'll go ahead and click on integration models. And then I'm going to go ahead and put this in my training folder, and I'll go ahead and just start a new integration model right from my training folder. And so it automatically, you know, puts me in that folder. And then I'll put in departments. You can put departments or department integration model or whatever you'd like to put. Now, insert and update is what we're going to do. Again, I mentioned that you could do an update only or an insert only. So insert would just be adding new records, but not updating anything. And, you know, of course, updating would be doing that. It would be updating, but not adding anything new. And the way the system does this is by recognizing a primary key that you're setting in your integration model. So when it's updating, if it recognizes, you know, that there's a key match with your existing data, then it'll just update those records rather than create new records. One thing you don't want to do is start generating a bunch of duplicate records. So, okay, so we're just typically we just leave it set to the default insert and update. You can see we've got two different options here. Now we're going to use CSV, of course, but I'll show you here what the data source setup looks like. So if we come in here using SQL Server or connecting with Oracle, here's a couple of connection string examples, but you can put connection strings in for various systems as long as this is an ODBC connection type. And so for SQL Server, or if you're actually, evVista is running on a SQL Server as well, you can actually set up a connection string to connect back to evVista. And we would do that whenever we're setting up an integration with tables that are in our EVO back office database. Those tables would have been updated, from an external system, and those would be our staging tables. And then we would just connect to them here. But typically, yeah, you'd put in a connection string into another system here. You can actually find different types of connection strings online and just find the right one that'll work. And then, we'll make that connection. And then here, in terms of this bit here, you can put in a SQL select statement here that just basically indicates what information that you want to pull. So, yeah, so we would be using this, of course, to set up an ODB connection to an external data source. But in our case, we're going to be just setting it up directly to a file, and then we're going to need to select a connector. Well, I don't want to overlook this. Also important that you select the right language, because when you set another language, you'll see that I don't know that I can speak to this confidently, but I feel like, because I always leave it set to English, but I feel like that I did have it set inappropriately a few times, and that my data was actually changed or translated into the other language. Now I don't want to say that that's what it did definitively, because I didn't really look at it carefully, but with it set to another language, your data will be changed, will be transposed. So just make sure you get it set to the language that you prefer. So then the connector, now these connectors, we've got a bunch of them defined. And so normally for what you're trying to integrate into, there's a connector defined for all of the tables in evVista. So, well, I should say all of the commonly imported into tables. You might find some tables that you need to import into where you don't have a connector, and then that's where we would have to build a connector. And basically the connector is just a mapping structure. It's set up in XML format, but you can actually build it, build a connector. I hesitate because to be able to build a connector, you're going to have a connection into SQL, and so there's various techniques for that. You can have a system like this, like a VM, where you can go in and build a connector, and then once you build it, then it'll show up in here. But you have to build it in the SQL environment. Now, if you don't have that, then when you need a connector, what you do is you just export the connector, put it in a ticket, send it to support, and ask them to build in what you're wanting to put in that connector. And what these connectors do is they map from the source to the destination. So from whatever your data source, your CSV, towards a destination table with all the fields in it. So if we were to actually add custom fields into a table, and then we wanted to import using an integration model, we'd have to take a connector, an existing connector, duplicate it, which would be the best choice, and then add the additional custom fields to that new connector. That would be my recommendation, is rather than modifying a system connector, because if you mess it up, then there are repercussions to that, is to just make a copy of it and then add your new custom fields to that. Now I'm speaking to this like you guys would know how to do this. We actually have some procedures written out for building connectors, and typically, very rarely do you do this. It's only when you add custom fields to your database schema. And so because you don't do it that often, a lot of times you'll just engage with support for this, and then they'll go ahead and set it up for you. But if you're really interested in seeing how to build a connector, I can show you how to do that. But we won't get into that right now. What we do need to do, though, is, I don't know what I just did here. I just put my window away. We do need to complete our model here. So what I'm looking for now is our department connector. And so departments, because we don't have any specific fields, in our data, we just have the general full name that we're going, like we don't have codes, and we don't have some of these other things that are multilingual, that I'm just going to use this. And typically you just use this based on full name. That's usually the first choice. Okay, so I know that I have a header row. If I didn't, you could just turn that off and it'd be okay. And creating a log, it's a good idea. Whenever your integration model runs, you get a log file at the end, and then you can see, what happened, whether you were successful or not, or if you had errors or whatever. Maybe you had some fields that got truncated or whatever. The data was too large. You're able to see that in your log. What I would caution, though, is that if you're importing thousands and thousands of rows of data, you might want to turn this log off, or you might want to take a snippet or a snapshot of your data, just a small sampling, and then set up your integration model with the log, create log on, and then make sure it's running properly, with that smaller data set, and then turn this off, because creating a log can have some performance implications if you have a large data set. So like I say, validate that your import is working with a smaller sample, and then if it's a really large data set, then just turn this off to make your integration run faster. It'll still run and it'll work, it'll just take longer. Okay, so we've got that. We need to upload our file. So I'll go back in and choose my file, which is here. My CSV file, upload it. And then hit next. I can see that it's uploaded, so I'll just hit next. Okay, and now I can see my source columns and my destination columns. And if I just wanted to look at everything that's available, these fields are what are defined in the connector. If you change the connector to something else, you'll get a different set of fields here. But when you do that, you're actually mapping to different, possibly a different table. So you want to make sure you're using the appropriate connector. So you can see here, there's a lot of things in this connector that you can map to, so you could actually have more in your source file than just the department. Okay, so but all we're doing for the purpose of the exercise is this. So I've got that map, so I'm going to go ahead and delete these because I just want to bring this data in its concatenated form. And so I'm going to delete these other mappings. Okay. I'm not going to set a default value. I could, but I'm not going to. Then I'm going to hit next. And then here, I just want to make sure this is automatically set to the primary key or the unique key because there's just the one field. But you'll see that when we do some other, the subsequent, when we do the next integrations that we're going to do, the next exercises, that you'll have multiple fields here, and you'll have a choice of, you'll have open boxes here that you can check. And the thing about this is you can just check one field, one primary key, or you can set up a composite key of 2 or 3 or 4 different fields to be your unique key composite. You can do any of that. This auto insert, of course, will add data to an existing table where the table doesn't have that data. So that allows you to basically build a table of data. Where you wouldn't want to do this is after you have your table built, for instance, and you have all the values in your table that you want to have in there, and you don't want any more, or you don't want them to be changed. So you would turn this off. And so then when you turn it off, when you import data with this off, if the data that you're importing doesn't match what's in the table, the data integrity rules will go into effect, and for that particular column, that information will not be imported. So if it doesn't match what's in the table, won't import unless you have this on. And clear if empty, this checkbox isn't available, but if it was, then if you had a source that had an empty field, like in this case, department was empty in one of your records, if you had this checked, then it would, so if the source was empty, but your destination in EasyVista had a department value in that record, if it's cleared in the source and you had this checked, then it would erase it from the destination from EasyVista. This last little bit is for normalization. And I think we have an example where we're doing that, I think, with the equipment import. So I'm going to save talking about that until we get to the equipment import. Okay, so you've got finish and execute. Well, the big difference here is if you click finish, it just saves the integration model, but it doesn't execute it. But it does save the model for you so you can recall it and use it later. If you hit execute straight away, it will save your model and it'll execute it. But if there's a problem in the execution, something gets hung, something's not mapped right, then you'll have to, the integration will stop and you'll have to, cancel out of it. And at that point, you'll lose your model because when I said it was saved, it won't save until after the execution's over. So you'll have to reset up your model again. So I'm going to go ahead and just take a chance and hit execute, cross my fingers that it executes. It says it's saying that it added it, but it doesn't actually do it until it finishes. Okay, so that one went pretty quickly, and I can see here we executed 39 SQL commands. So I usually subtract the header column from that, so I should have 38 records that were imported, and so we can see that in our integration log. So if we look here, here's our integration log. Let's open it up and see what happened. It says we actually added 52, so we had in some instances we had duplicates, but they were not, they were just updated, they weren't inserted. So 52 added, we have 38 total records added. And if we go back, we can take a look at the status. So clicking on this little button will allow you to see the columns to the right. And so the status here was exceeded. You know, if the status was failed, of course, that's a problem. If the status says succeeded with warnings, then your warnings will be shown. You know, when you see succeeded with warnings, you can come in here and then you'll see your warnings right here. And a lot of times those warnings, they're really, you know, sometimes they're telling you that your data got truncated because your field you're importing into wasn't large enough. Sometimes the warnings will be there just to tell you that, say for instance, your data was normalized, and that's not really a problem. That's there, you know, that warning is just telling you that your source data had to be, you know, transposed, you know, in with normalization rules. So that's really not an issue or not a bad thing. It's just warning you that that happened. Okay, so we ran our import. The next thing we would do is, of course, then check it. So to make sure that our data went in the way we expected. So come down here to where the directories are, and we're looking for departments. Okay, and so we know in our spreadsheet we had our first three levels were, we had three levels that are on our three values on our first level. So that looks right. And then we can go into each one and we can drill down a little bit and just check them and see, you know, we don't have anything below this. I should say we do. We have one value below. If I look at that, each of these have one sub-level below them. So there's something below this. So we've got three tiers, of course. Then if we go back and to the highest level, and we can see here we've got 4 sub-levels. Here we get indirect and direct, and then below that, we've got chemical, and that's it. So yeah, just going through and checking your data against your source file just to make sure it was imported properly is a recommended thing to do. So I think what I'll do, let's go ahead and take a break. We're already into the next hour. Let's take a break and then come back at 15 after. Just give us a couple more minutes. And then I'll ask at that point if there are any questions about this integration, and if not, any concerns, then we'll just go right into the next one. Okay, so I'll go ahead and break now, and I'll set my little timer and see you guys back in a quarter after. In about 12 minutes. And I'm going to step away for just a second, and I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Quick break there. So we'll go ahead and get started. This next exercise, there's some subtleties to it. Again, we're doing another thing, you know, and you know, we're basically setting up a CSV file and creating an integration model. This time, though, importing employee data. But we're actually going to be now importing data that needs to match what we have in our integration tables that, you know, or I should say in our reference tables that we've just set up. So there's some subtleties here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let you guys work through this exercise. And what I'll do is I'll build out, you know, my integration model on the screen here, and you can refer to it as I go. And I'll go ahead and I guess I'll say a few words as I go, but I'd like to give you guys an opportunity just to build this out on your own. It's pretty straightforward. It's like the other two, just a couple more steps involved. There'll be a couple new things that we look at. You can see here we're using default values in this integration model. We have the option to set a unique key on a particular field, so we have to make that choice. And we're still auto inserting, so that means in the location department tables, even though we have data in there, this particular source file could actually add to those tables by checking these boxes. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this one, and I'll just I'll start my integration and work at a deliberate pace here, and let you guys just go ahead and try to tackle this one. And if there are any questions, just let me know. Okay. So I'm going to jump into my system, and then I'm going to identify the next spreadsheet, which is employees, and then take a pretty good look at it, because we've got a lot of things going on here. So first thing we do is we'll go ahead and set our filter. Hang on, click on the right one. Okay. And then quick scan of the data.
Hey, Rick. It looks like there's inconsistencies as far as some middle initials have a period, some don't. Is that going to be an issue?
It'll only be an issue if you are using this data in a process and you want to keep things consistent. But no, I mean, if you just import it like this, you will get what you see here. So
Okay.
it'll import without any difficulty.
And then the other question I have too is, because we're using CSV, there's commas in the name. Is that going to be an issue, or do we need to change what we're using for the delimitator?
Yeah, I'm hoping that when we export with commas in these cells, that we're going to see quotations around the cells. If not, then yeah, we're going to have to treat that specially, because yeah, the comma separated format, if we have commas in our cells, that's going to treat it as two separate cells. So, but when we do this, and we could test this right now, I go ahead and just save this. Where am I at here? Save as. And what we should see is quotes around the cells. If we don't, then yeah, we're going to have to look at that a little bit more carefully. Just do a quick one. Field delimiter, string delimiter. Yeah, so those look okay. Let's just see what we end up with here. And we're fine. See how the system did that?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was the case. And then I also noticed the phone numbers. There are a few that don't fit the normal format because they added an extra digit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be an issue, and how EasyVista handles that?
No, EasyVista will import it just the way it is. The issue will be whether or not that's a problem with some process that you're going to use that data for. So
yeah, because if you look at like row 31 is the first one that I see. The phone number is 125-678-100-00.
yeah, so it'll import like that. It's just
Okay.
that sometimes you'll get this with systems that have data. You got systems that have data in all different shapes and sizes and formats, and in AZ Vista you can actually set up field constraints such that certain information will not be accepted if it's not in an appropriate format. But then you're going to get a lot of errors on your import, and then you're going to have to correct all your data. Now, it might be that this data is accurate, and it just represents an extension number, and that's just the way the customer wants it, and so you just import it that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Or it could be an error. These maybe there's extra zeros here, and they shouldn't be there. But that's where you'd have to inquire, find out if that data is accurate. That's what is really wanted, or if there's some problem with it.
Okay.
But yeah, it'll import just like that. There, as far as the mechanisms are concerned, it'll take it straight in, just the way it is. Okay, so I'm just going to continue here. So let's see. Just a quick inspection. And so, yeah, I see here that those extra digits, which do look odd, but they will import just exactly like that. That's okay. That looks okay. Yeah, we might have some normalization issues, maybe or maybe not. No, that all looks good. It's fine. National sale, we've got a problem here. Got to clean that one up. And it looks like it's a problem in multiple records. Quite a few of them. So we definitely want to clean that up. Okay, that looks better. That looks okay. That looks okay. Okay, so now we know, and of course this is part of the exercise, that we're going to concatenate some data. So I'm going to need to insert a column here, and I've got a column here. We're going to call this one the department. And we're going to call this one location. Okay, we just have to concatenate those two cells into that one. So we could type, or we could use the formula editor. Looks good. Quite a few. All right. Same thing with this one. Not a big deal. Oops, ran that one a little too fast. Oh. Looks good. Okay. Looks good. Okay, so I'm going to export this or save as. Take a look. I've got this in quotes. All right. Well, I'm doing something weird. That's better. Okay. Come in here and create my integration model. Put it in my training folder. And call it employees. Oh, that's good. Employees only is the right one to use. Upload. Okay, next. Okay. Name. Employee ID number. State and office. We're not going to have that in here. And I don't need those two anyway. I've got location. And then I don't need these. Department. That's looking good. Now I do need to add a couple of default values. So we're going to add 1, 2, 3. And we're going to have notification. That's what I'm looking for. $1,000. Okay, let's see. Do you have any errors? No, succeeded. 999. Come over here. Look in my directory. Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, so I'll give just a few more minutes. And then we'll see how we did. See if there are any questions about this. Okay, let's see how we're doing. So, did everybody get finished with this integration? Or I should say, is there anybody that still needs a little bit more time on this?
I'm done.
I'm done also.
Same.
Okay. Run into any issues or problems?
None on my end.
All set. And everything was pretty clear as to why you set it up the way you did?
So the ones we added manually, the default domain, notification, and interface language, what those were added to each employee record pretty much?
Oh yeah, they would be. So if we just drill down into each one. So if you don't have a default domain field showing, sometimes I'll add that. Now, I think the system actually shows the default domain in a different place. You can certainly add the field here just to double check it. We can see the interface language is set, and we can see the notification is set. That was set by default, but the default domain is a little elusive. One place we can go is go to the admin employees. One thing I'll point out here is when we're under the references and then the directories and then employees, we're looking at the employee records from this particular area. If we click on this ellipsis and take a look, we go into the, editing the form. Take a look at the name of the form. The form is called Dialog Employee, okay? So that form, what I'm going to point out here is that that form is going to be different than the form that I look at here. So I'm looking at employee records again. As a matter of fact, let me just do this. I'll just type in employee. And I see here that I can see employees under the general folder. I can see employees under the admin folder, and then I can see them under the references folder. So if I look at them here, okay, the grid looks the same for the most part. It's a little different.
Right. Yep.
But then
Default domains right at the bottom there.
Yeah, right there. So now that can be added. I mean, we can take a look at that as kind of a cheat way, you know, because you might not know. Now this is actually tied to the domain table, so that's pretty easy. Sometimes these fields are actually being pulled from views, from table views, and then you have to know how to, you know, if you're going to actually show this field on a different form, you're going to have to know how to find that field and then show it. And that's where we get into our discussion about form editing and form design. But if we just look at this, notice that this form has a different name. And that's why the data shows up differently, because this is a totally different form. This is the dialog admin _ employee. And normally, you know, here is where you would maybe have, you know, things about, you know, the account itself in terms of its access credentials and such. You would have all those things showing here because only you as an admin can see those things. But for the general population, you just have a standard directory format for them, and you might not necessarily show the default domain because you're only using one anyway, and it's kind of redundant to show them that. But you could. I mean, what we could do is we could go into that other form. And so we just pick a form, you know, pick a record that's using the form. Okay, and so you say, well, you know, I've got properties here. Maybe I want a profile. Maybe I want the default domain to be here as well in this area. So this is just an exercise in editing the form, and we'll go into this in a little bit more detail, you know, a little bit later. But just quickly, we can add a field here to our visible area of the form. See, there's a visible area, and then there's other fields that are defined that we haven't put into the form. They're just kind of in a pool available. But I don't see default domain here. So what do? Well, we need to find that field in the schema. So the first thing I'll do is I'll say, well, I want to add a field. I want to add the default domain. So click on that and say, okay, I know that it's in the AM domain table. And see, we're looking at tables here. And do I see the AM domain table in here? Oh, no. So it's not even there. So now what do? Well, when you look at these lists of tables, the first table in the list is always the primary table or the main table. It's the table from which all the other tables are linked or joined. And so we don't have our domain table here. Now, if we looked at the other form, we would see a domain table because we have the domain default domain field in that form. But we can add that same field to this form. And this is a segue into editing without me going into, you know, the full, you know, explanation, in which I will do in a little bit. But so what I did was I clicked on table. Okay, so I know I need to add a table. So I'm going to add this table to this form. And so I'm going to add it from the employee table. In other words, I'm going to join, I want to join, this is, you know, SQL parlance, but I want to join the AM _ domain table to the employee table. So if I just look under employee, I've got all these joins defined. So a lot of this work is done for me. I just have to find the right join. So I'm looking for domain. We'll come down here. Well, there, look, there's domain right there, domain. And then I can see here that the join definition is join the domain ID to the employee's default domain ID. Hey, that's got to be it. So I click on that, and I don't need to really modify that name. So I'll just leave it like that and just say, okay, now I've just added that table to my form. Okay, so now if I go back to field, I should see that table right there. And then if I open this up, I'll see all the fields. Now, if we were paying attention in that other form, we would have seen that the name, the default domain field name is name. You know, what we're seeing here is we're seeing the globalization of that field. So we have 6 different languages that are supported, you know, Portuguese, Spanish, German, Italian, French, English. Plus we have 6 other slots where we could have 6 other languages defined. Those would have to be defined and, you know, all filled out. But so you've got the ability to have up to 12 languages defined, and you'll see that across, you know, all the tables. Now, there's this other funny thing here called the $ language. Well, so it's a variable, and so if your system's always going to be English, you could always just pick English. But if you ever decided to, you know, support another language, then you'd have to go back in and change all your English field values or representations to this variable, because in order for the system to show the right language, it needs to see what language the person has as their default language. So when they log in, then it uses that language to show all these other fields that it would show on forms. So the way it does that is through this variabilization. So when you see a language variable here, you always want to use it when you're implementing, because you never know someday if you might want to support multiple languages. But if it's kind of like never a situation where you would, then you could just statically define one of those other fields like English. But so now I've got that field down here. So I got to decide where I want to put it. And so, you know, this part here is there's a little bit to it that you got to know. When you're wanting to put a field into this format here, you can just put it on a row by just dragging and dropping it. Or if you wanted to put it on its own, like I could just drag it here and drop it. But if I wanted to put this on its own separate row, I'd have to come down here and start it on a new row. If I can drop it in the right place, just start a new row. Okay. Once I have the new row started, then I can grab, instead of grabbing the field handle here to drag the field around, I'll grab the row handle and I can drag this up. So then I'll just place this row somewhere like that. And I've got, where do I have the profiles here? So maybe I want to keep that close to the profile, something like that. Maybe below it, maybe above it, I don't know. We're going to have a funny looking thing here because it's going to span the whole length. We'll just take a look and see what happens. But then the other thing you see here is that I'm actually seeing the field's internal name here, and that actually will not show on the form. We have to go into the forms or the field's properties and then go up and give it an alias. And of course, the alias would be default domain. Now, by doing that, then that will show up on the form. Okay, so when I went into, for this part, let me go back here. So to get into the properties of the field, I clicked here. This icon. So I don't know if there's a tooltip here, but it should say field properties. This is the field properties icon. So you click that, and then you can see here I've got the properties editor comes up. And then so then I just wanted to, give it an alias. And so I clicked in this area, and that allowed me to then modify the alias. Now, even though we're only setting this up for English, I make a habit of at least putting the alias across all the languages. Now, I'm not trying to, translate into all these different languages, but I do fill these in, even though they're not proper because they're not the right language. At least the field will show up in English, and then so if somebody, login, language, interface language was French, and they looked at this form, they would see these words in English, and they would realize that, oh, this needs to be corrected. But if you didn't put anything in here, it would just be blank on the form with the value. They'd see the value, they'd see whole company, and they'd realize that was the default domain, but it wouldn't have a field label if you didn't put a field label in. I just make a habit of always putting a field label in, but unless I specifically am told to configure globalization and interpret all, translate all these words into the different languages, then we don't do it. A lot of things are set up with, a lot of the fields are set up with the translations, but there are some that aren't, and so if it's not a requirement, then there's no need to go in and translate them. We've got it set up in English. We've got, the field set to read only. It's a text type, data type. I'll get into the rest of this stuff when we get into form editing, but let's just apply this and close it. And then let's look, we should see our default domain right underneath our profile on this form now. So I'm going to hit save and close. I want to make sure I save and then also close at the same time because I want to get out of the editor. And then we look down there. Let's see, scroll down a little bit. And we should see, if I did it right, the default domain right there. Now see, I just put the field on a line, so it spans the whole line. So after you get your fields on the form, then you want to take a look at your form and say, okay, how can I tidy this up? Can I maybe combine on the same line, maybe location and department? That might make sense. And, rearrange some of these so that, they make sense. You don't have these big gaps and stuff. You can put, usually it's good to just put two fields, side by side, but you could put 3 or 4, these forms are adaptive responsive. So, you can end up putting 3 or 4 fields on a row. You just have to be aware that if somebody compresses, their interface, the fields change, they compress because they're adaptive, they're responsive. But they'll, then you'll end up, if you had 4 across here, then you'll end up cutting off some of the values. You won't be able to see them. And then you can even compress it farther down. And then you can click on this, but then you'll see that you'll start seeing some overlap maybe.
That's funny. I always have to be careful because I'm on a ultra wide monitor, so mine is always like fully expanded to its extreme.
Yeah, and it's really easy to develop that way. But yeah, when you're developing and usually you want to set it to like whatever your clients are going to be using. So that way when you're developing, but this interface is more forgiving because, when you have it stretched out ultra wide, like I've got I think mine's 29 inches wide. I guess that's considered an ultra wide. But yeah, your fields are all stretched out, but then what are your clients going to see? What kind of monitors are they going to be using? And even further, you know, you can compress this down a little bit. This interface will show up on tablets, okay? To have it show up on phones, you know, that's a little bit too small. So we have, you know, mobile applications that we recommend customers use for that rather than this interface here. If you can compress it down, you can see like there's a minimum resolution size and then it starts complaining. But you can compress it down. But see, if you compress it way down like that, you know, it's not really readable on a phone. But so then what we do is we provide a mobile application to where you can design your interface around the size of the phone. And what's even cool about that is in service apps, you have adaptive responsive settings to where you can, you know, you can design to different phone sizes. We've got a bunch of different examples in there, different phone sizes. So make sure that your forms appear properly. Okay, so yeah, so that question about where we saw that, you know, the default domain is a good one. Notification, interface language showing up. Okay. And we could even add the default domain, you know, here to the, you know, this view as well if we wanted to. Not really as important unless you had multiple domains and you wanted to see, you know, the default domains for each of the users that way. But yeah, so looking good. Anybody else have any questions about that particular exercise, or everybody good? It's kind of hard to tell. It's a lot easier when I'm on site. Yep.
I'm good, Rick.
Good.
Thanks.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yeah. So
What would happen if you have, if the CSV file that you're trying to upload has a location or department that is not yet existing in Service Manager?
that's a great question. So let me go back to the integration model. And so if you, in your source document, or in just your source system that you're integrating from, if you're bringing in data that doesn't exist in your reference tables, in this case, like location or department, I'll just go ahead and pick, well, I'll just pick this one. And then we can look at location, department, and other things right on this one. So if we go here and take a look, we go to the next screen here. So in the case of location, so you're bringing in locations from, you know, an employee record, right? The employee record, we're not actually populating the location table. We've got an employee record with employee information that just so happens to have a location.
Yes.
Yeah, so if that location doesn't match what's in your location table and this is unchecked, then no location will be imported into that record. The record will be imported and other areas will be updated, but the location specifically, if you have this unchecked like this, then if the location doesn't match what's in the table, then it will not be added. That's why if you want to use this to add new locations, you have to check this.
Okay.
So it's enforcing, you know, data integrity. Yeah, enforcing, you know, those constraints. Yep. The other, you know,
Thank you.
interesting. Yeah, you're welcome. The interesting thing here is unique keys, right? So this isn't arbitrary. This is one of the things you really have to clarify, you know, with your with your team or with your integrator or, with your client if you're the integrator. You have to clarify what they're using as a login attribute, and then make sure you're importing that information, and then make sure that you're setting it. I mean, you don't necessarily have to set it as a unique key. I mean, you want to make sure your login value is set properly for authentication purposes, but you also want to make sure that you've picked a value that is always present in the record and it's unique. So a name wouldn't be a good candidate for that, because yeah, you can have multiple people with the same name. So name's not really good. Employee ID, is good. The thought there is that those are unique throughout the organization, so you could use that as a key. Emails or logins are typically unique, so that could be a key. You could actually create a composite key like that. Well, maybe not with phone, but with several things set. So all of these would have to be, these would all be checked for uniqueness. And the reason we're wanting a unique key is because when the system brings in the data from the import, it checks what's already in the system. And it basically checks the key value of the record that's in the system. And if it matches, the key value, then it updates that record. If it doesn't find a match, then it'll go ahead and insert a new record. So that's why you need that unique key. Okay. Yeah, so default values, yeah. Auto insert, yeah, we're using that. We really didn't need to have automatic insert on this because we really don't want the source data. Of course, in this case, we're putting in a default, but we wouldn't want the source data to be updating our notification options because we only have so many that the system understands. So if you had, some other option, like if there was something that said pager, I guess. Well, with the auto insert, then we would insert pager into the notification table, but then the system, when it saw pager, it wouldn't know what to do because it's not programmed to respond to that. So there are specific tables where you wouldn't want to update because you have definitive values that the system uses for, certain processes. So I would argue that we wouldn't really want to auto insert that because we already have that populated. That's a system default value. It's there. Even in an empty system, this is there because it's a system default value.
So Rick, just to understand that then, if you were to type in pager there with that checked, that would then not add pager to the notification table?
It would add it. So if you type, if you put this here and you said auto insert, then it would add it because you're telling it to add pager to the table if it's not already there. That's what this insertion is doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess we can move on from this. So we've got locations, departments, employees. Next thing we need to do is equipment. And now it's going to get a little bit more interesting. So let's take a look at that. And I guess before we dive into that, it looks like we're kind of ready for another break. So let's just call it, I'm making them a little bit longer, if that's okay. We'll just go at, come back at quarter after. That'll give us about 12 minutes, maybe 13. So let's do that, and then we'll come back and we'll get into this one here. All right. Yeah, I guess I got my math wrong. We're, you know, not even giving you 10 minutes. But yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I don't think we need to take that long of a break. So let's just come back at quarter after, and then we'll proceed with the next exercise. Different methods, importing them in. But then what you do with the assets at that point is, you know, you're assigning them to people, you're moving them around, you're, you know, maybe, you know, putting them into a repair depot or loaning out assets or doing the same. We've got wizards for all of those different things that make moving assets around and or changing their ownership or what have you real easy. So you don't have to do any of that stuff manually. Plus you can use the wizards to transfer, you know, a bulk of assets all at the same time between locations and stuff like that. So what I'll do is I'll put that design functional spec on the Dropbox and do that right now just so I don't forget. And then you can look at it and then we can talk about it tomorrow. Let me just find it here. Let's see. Design functional specs. Yeah, so let me just pull up. All right, trying to find a browser window. Here we go. Here we go. I'll just put it in there. So if you look at that, yeah, just look at that. We'll go over it tomorrow, but just take a peek at it. It'll go through each of the wizards and what they do.
Sounds good.
Yep. Okay. So, all right. So back from the break. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Maybe I should do that. It'd be easier to see.
A big clock.
Yeah. All right. So this next one, let's just take a look at where we're heading here. I know it seems like we're just kind of getting lost, but what we're trying to accomplish here is we're trying to get this done, and so we're down to equipment. And then right after we get done with this one, then we're going to launch into setting up the incident management process and starting to, you know, work with workflows and such. So this is the last integration. Well, I don't want to lie. This one's also going to be an integration, but it's a little bit, it's a departure from these because it's going to be a catalog integration. So this is the last one, and this one has a little bit more going on. Equipment integration. So what we're going to actually do is we're going to bring some assets into the system, and we're also going to, I believe, if I remember correctly, we're going to assign ownership to those assets. What we can see here is that the exercise is pointing out that we want to make sure our asset tags have leading zeros. So this is one method for doing that. Just, you know, formatting the cells with leading zeros. And so you end up with something like this in your asset tag column. The other thing we're going to do here is, you know, we're going to do some more concatenation. It looks like create a tree structure and for type, because with equipment, and another name for equipment is assets, because you can have, you know, either assets or you can have configuration items. And, you know, the terms are sort of used interchangeably, except that configuration items are just a superset of assets. Assets is just inventory. There's really no relationship tracking associated with assets. Whereas with configuration items, and a configuration item could have once been an asset promoted to a configuration item, and then it has additional attributes and characteristics associated with it. But what we're talking about are just plain old inventory assets or equipment. And what we need here is to define the type and then also the make and model. I believe we're going to be putting that in here. I better double check. But usually when you're adding an asset, you've got to define three things minimally: the make, model, or the manufacturer, and the model, and then its type, what type of asset it is. So it looks like we're going to be building out a type column, and then we're also going to add a column for location, and we're doing the same location type of concatenation and integration. And let's see. I believe that's going to be it. So if we look at, let's just take a look at that real quick. So if we look at our equipment spreadsheet, so we've got tags, and of course we're going to have to figure out how to put leading zeros in front of these tag numbers. We've got article category, article subcategory. So we're going to need to turn this into a type. So we're going to have to add a column and then concatenate these. Let's see, yeah. So the first level I see here, telephone or microcomputer or other things, and then the second level. Okay, so we're going to need to add a column here and then concatenate these two and call it type or asset type. We've got our manufacturer and we've got our model, so we've got those, which are needed to be able to create an asset. Like I said, again, three minimum things that we need: the make, model, and the type. So we've got that. I can see here we've got our state and office, which we've previously been combining into location. We're going to have to do that again. So put a column here and concatenate these into location. Inventory date, we can map that into the equipment or the asset. There is an inventory date associated with the asset. There's a status as well. And okay, I don't know. We'll have to look at the data to see if there are any problems. But I'm just kind of showing here what we need to do. Supplier. Yeah, we can actually map the supplier, and we're just doing a simple mapping over to the supplier field, which again, all of this stuff is available in the integration model connector for equipment. So as long as we use that one, we'll see all of these columns, and they'll be mapped to the appropriate tables and fields. Serial number for the asset. I don't think we need to do anything special there. We just need to make sure that Excel doesn't convert these numbers to some exponential format, because we got to make sure that the numbers stay like this when we export them. End of warranty, again, these dates look okay. So we would just be looking at these, like this one. So somebody threw in a gotcha here. That one is definitely a different format. That's a European format. That's the day, month, year format. So we would want to correct that, because there's no 18 months, right? So we know that's got to be day, month, year. Now, typically a system that you're extracting asset data from to put in a spreadsheet like this, it should be using the same date throughout. So this is just a little test examiner gotcha here. But then you just need to look through all this. And then lastly, we've got a login. Okay, so we need to know where to map that. So that login is basically the owner of the asset. So obviously that looks like a SAM account name. And so we need to go look in our employee data to see if we actually have something like that. So we could map that correctly, because we need to match this information with whatever we've got in our employee data. So that, like I said, that looks like a SAM account. Now, I can't remember already. I've already forgotten if our employee data used that. So I'm going to pull that up. And let's see. So yeah, right here, login. So we're fortunate in that we have matching keywords, or in this case, SAM account names. You'll find that, you know, when you're integrating systems, that's not always the case. You've got one system using email, another one using something else. UPNs usually look like email, but not always. So, but you got to make sure that if you're using this to kind of be the link between the two tables, and what we're linking here is between the employee table and the asset table, we're going to be using this as the common link between them. To be able to say who owns an asset, then we just need to make sure that, you know, we're pulling from the same area and we've got the same data. In this case, it looks like, you know, the 80 attribute SAM account name, which looks fine. Okay, so we close that.
So Rick, I'm already seeing a problem here, trying to follow the directions.
Mm-hmm.
And very first step here says to right click on column A heading and select format cells. And it says to use the custom category with the type, and you're putting in a type with the 5 zeros. There is no custom category in here.
You know why? Because
it's Ghetto off-brand Excel.
Right. Yeah, we're not using Excel. So what can we do here in that case then? User defined, can we put in?
Yeah, you just put in the 5 zeros under the format code under user defined.
Yeah. So we can we can do
right there.
Or 6. I think it's 6, isn't it? But yeah, that'll work. Is it 6 or 5?
I think it's 5.
Okay. So yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just us trying to figure out how we can get leading zeros in here to stick so we can import them that way. So whatever tools we have available to us to do that, that's what we need to figure out.
Yep,
So
user defined looked like it worked.
Okay. Very good.
I do have a question on further down. It says, you know, what file mistakes are included. Like, so there's misspelled and duplicate values.
Mm-hmm.
How, you know, the serial numbers, there's plenty of duplicate values. How would we know to even correct that?
Well, you can actually use Excel to detect duplicate values in records. So there is a duplicate, check for duplicate function in Excel.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can just highlight all your rows, all your records, and then, indicate which column you want to check for duplicates on. And then you can find your duplicates. So are you saying that you're seeing duplicates?
How do you correct that when there's like a ton of serial numbers that just are the same, but they're assigned to different people, and I don't know if they intended to be that way, or or are we just worried about the asset tag, because the asset tag is the key?
Yeah. So what that is to me that's bad data, because your serial number should be unique. You would think, for an asset.
You would think, right?
So if they're not, then to me that would mean that you've got some bad data there that needs to, you need to do a physical cycle count on your inventory and double check to make sure that the data is accurate. And then if you come back and say, oh yeah, all this data is exactly accurate, then I would gotta be scratching my head. Like, well, how can we have the same serial numbers across, multiple things? That doesn't make sense. So
in the case of this exercise, what do we do?
Yeah, I would just import them that way. They'll import.
Okay. It's just a matter of making sure that the asset tag isn't duplicated. Is that what we're more worried about?
So the key there is which item are we calling unique?
Right.
And so what are we saying here? probably the asset tag. You know, we're going to use that as the unique. So let's just take a look here. Yep, and that's what we're using. So these can be non-unique, and we're going to be okay.
Okay.
What about missing serial numbers entirely?
Well, serial number is not a big deal because
Okay.
if you had a column set as unique key, then you wouldn't want to have any missing values, right? So we need to make sure that every record has an asset tag. And we'd also want to make sure by double checking it that we don't have any duplicate asset tags. Because so if we did, let's just say we did, because you could have, you know, duplicate records here with the same asset tag. What the system would do is it's the first instance of that asset. It would say, okay, do I have that asset, you know, in my data, in my table for EasyVista? And the answer would be no, because, you know, I'm just importing this for the first time. So then it would import it. It would insert it into the database. It comes down and it sees that same asset number again. Well, this time it's going to say, oh, do I have this, no, you know, this record in the data? And this time it's going to say, oh, yes, I do. So then I'll update it at that point. And that's okay. I mean, if you have multiple records, but what's going to happen is the last record is going to be the one that shows the final update values. So that's what you need to understand that. That's why whenever you import, sometimes you see that it's importing maybe 1,000 records, or at least it's processing 1,000 records, but it only imported maybe 700, and then you find the other 300 were just updates of the 700 because you had, you know, duplicate unique keys. So anyway, that's the way that works. Now, what you need to make sure you do is just inspect your data and make sure if there are duplications, there's a reason for the duplication. These could be transactional records, and they could be showing changes. You know, you have one owner, and you might have a date, and then you might later on have another record with the same tag with a different owner and a new assignment date. And so that then what you're doing is you're updating the record with the latest owner or something like that. But yeah, what we're doing here, hopefully all of these are unique. You could do a quick inspection, or like I said, you can, I don't know if this one has that function, but there's a function in Excel where you can check for duplicates. And then it'll tell you how many duplicates based on a particular column or a set of columns if you wanted to do a composite check. But then you can determine what, you know, values you have that are duplicated, and then at that point determine what you want to do. So I'd say, you know, we're pretty good with this data. We can use this and import it. We just need to do a few things to it, but then we can go ahead and import it. So let's work on that, and then I'll give you guys, say, like maybe 5 minutes to do this one, and if even that much is needed, I'll go ahead and do it here, and then we'll just see if there are any issues, and then move on to the next exercise. Okay, so got our leading zeros. Let me just double check. For some reason I thought it was 6, but maybe I'm just thinking of a totally different thing. That looks like 5. Yeah, 5. Okay. So then we need to come in here and insert a column. Need to insert a column here. And so here I'm just going to call this type, actually. This is going to be the asset type, even though it says article category. What we're actually importing is the asset type. And then create the formula here. Okay, so we've got that. I'll come back and look at the data here in a second. So this is going to be a location. Oops. What did I do? Manufacturer, I'm just going to change this, say model, manufacturer model type, asset tag, location. That date's not right. And got another one that's got a problem. And I got a little sneaky one here.
There were two sneaky ones.
Oh, in here?
Yeah, active and actives.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Now, the other thing we could say about this status is that sometimes you'll be importing statuses that mean nothing to EasyVista. So you're going to have to take a look at the statuses that are coming in from a different system and figure out what those statuses mean, and then match them to the status that makes sense in EasyVista. Like, so for instance, we could look at the statuses in EasyVista, and active is definitely there. Active usually means that you've got an asset out, assigned to an individual. Out of order and breakdown, I mean, let me just double check. You can always add statuses, but if you add statuses, then the system needs to know what to do with the statuses. You just can't arbitrarily add statuses because the processes are defined to react to specific statuses. So we looked, and look at us. Look at our demo system. And we'll come down here to references, and then we can come all the way down, or we could even just search for it. It's statuses or status. And so we've got CI statuses, and we've got equipment status, and that's the one we want right there, equipment status. And so you've got active, duplicated, in repair, in stock, let, out of order. So out of order, but there's no breakdown. So what we need to do is actually change the breakdown to represent one of these statuses, because these statuses tie to logistic processes. And so for breakdown, we could probably say that, we're going to use the term in repair. So this is kind of a judgment call. But like I said, you can just insert new statuses to your table, but unless there's a process that understands what that status is, then when you put your asset into that status, it's not going to do anything. If we put the asset into breakdown, there's no breakdown here. So the system wouldn't know what to do with that status.
Are we just going to make it out of order then?
Well, there's out of order here, so we could leave out of order, right? But what I would say is breakdown usually to me means that, we've sent it in for repair. So I'm gonna use the status in repair in that instance.
In repair. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I did all that, it added the breakdown automatically.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is you can have it add statuses.
Okay.
And the system, you've added the status. Have you told the system what to do with that status?
No.
Yeah. So I mean, and see, the system is set up to, by process design to handle that, so-called breakdown, scenario. In EasyVista, that's called, sending your equipment in for repair, and there's a whole logistical process around that. And so the status should be, consistent with EasyVista's status table in that regard. So I would just change that, all of those to in repair. And you could do that. You could
There's only one breakdown, so I think, yeah, they were meant to. I guess I don't know. I feel like that is a little dubious, but
yeah, that might be another examiner, gotcha thing there. It's like, okay, you've imported that, but did you really want to import it that way, or did you want to, think about it and interpret it? So I would just change it, and then it'll be in the status in repair, and then the system will know what to do with it.
Rick, I have a question. Let's assume that we do not correct this Excel or CSV, and we have statuses that doesn't exist in the system, or something that is not matching. There is a way for the import to fail after, I don't know, 10% of failure, or not, or it is trying to insert everything and then at the end it will tell you what is wrong.
So what will happen is, again, we go back to that auto insert feature. So when you're importing, if we look at the import model and next to the status mapping, if there's an auto insert checkbox, if you uncheck that, then when you import your data, if you have status values that don't match EasyVista's statuses, then those status values will not be imported. The rest of the information for that record will be, but not that status. So you can avoid having those statuses imported.
Rick, yeah. So one of the other tool sets that we work with, when we do imports, if a certain percentage of those imports fail, then the whole import will fail. So I think perhaps, Sebastian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what you were getting at. Was at a certain point, if all of it starts to fail, will it just stop, or will it continue with the whole list of 1,000?
Well, it'll go through to a point, that's a good question, because you will get a failure event. Your imports can fail. What causes it to fail? There are different scenarios. So you can actually start the process. You can click the execute button, and you've got those progress bars. The first one may start and go to 100, and then the second one starts, but then it doesn't go anywhere. When it sits there for a little bit of time, it will then time out and fail the whole import, and then nothing will happen. There are other instances where the progress bars don't even start. None of them start. And so that's a failure as well. And there are different reasons for why you have these failures. In the case I just mentioned, if when you go to execute your import, and those integration progress bars just, they look like they get hung, that's usually an indication that your mapping connector is not set up and mapped to a table in a field that's recognized by the system. So since the system doesn't know, that definition doesn't make sense, then there will be a failure there, and there will be no import. Data will not import. You can have data import. So how do I want to describe this? Once it starts importing, once it starts and you see those progress bars starting, it'll very likely then run to conclusion. If there's a problem with a particular data bit in a cell, then what the system is designed to do is to ignore those. It'll definitely show in the error log, that in the integration log, that you've had a successful import, but it also says with issues or with warnings, and then it'll indicate to you what those issues were. Certain cells, the data didn't get imported because data integrity, it didn't match what was in the table, or maybe the data didn't fit into the field that we're trying to import into. There was more data there, so there's a truncation error. So you'll get an indication in the integration log when you have an import that runs, but it has issues. If it flat out fails, then nothing will get imported. It'll just stop, and it'll show a failure.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so where was I? Got that done, that done. These look okay. Change that one. Yeah, that's fine. These are going to be auto-imported. Just make sure we've got. Okay, and then the serial numbers are probably all over the place here, but we'll just go ahead and import those as is. There's really no rule on this particular field to cause it to stop. Yeah, so these look okay. And then this looks okay. Now, this field, when we go to create the integration model, we'll have to know what to map that to. We don't, it's not as obvious what we map that to. We'll see when we go to import, because the connector will give you different options. So all this looks pretty good. I thought I'd have some. Well, I do. So see that. So what kind of what kind of problem is this?
Just a mislabel.
I suppose it could be considered a duplication too.
Yeah.
Well, what I would say is that we've got a normalization issue. So you can have, equipment, manufactured by Compaq, but how do you want that to be represented in the system? Do you want to have both of those labels in your system, or do you just want to have one? It's just like with Hewlett-Packard. You could have Hewlett-Packard, you could have Hewlett-Packard, you could have HP. All of that's the same manufacturer. And so how do you want that to show up, in EasyVista?
You can even have HP Compaq.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, so the determination is what, which of these values do you want to show uniquely? So do you want to show both Compact and Compact Inc? What I would say, this is a good example of where we could use normalization. So when we set up our integration model, we just need to remember that we need to normalize this. We get from the source, we get two different inputs, but then what we want to output is one term, and likely it'll be Compact. Now, you could argue that, well, you could, with a small data set like this, you could just correct
There's only one entry for Compact Inc. So that was
so you
obviously
could just correct it. But yeah, but I mean, we could demonstrate, how the normalization works. So I think I might do that. Just leave it in there like that. And then we'll go ahead and just have the integration correct it. I mean, if it was easy to correct, I'd just go ahead and correct it and not normalize, because normalization does take a little bit of processing time. But I'm going to leave it in and I'll show you what the normalization does. These all look okay. Of course, these can all be duplicated. And then these, well, if they do have errors, that'd be kind of sad because we've already gone through that mess. So I hate to do it again. Yeah, these are all pretty clean. Clean enough. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to be a lot more critical if you're setting up a live system, but yeah, this looks good. So everything looks good now. I do know that I have an issue with normalization I want to correct. I guess it's just the one, because the rest of them, I don't have anything else, I don't believe. Let's see. Yeah, all that's unique. Okay. So I'll go ahead and save this. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead now, save it as CSV file. Oh, that's good.
There is a
Okay, and then I'm going to close this one.
Oh, it's exciting stuff.
I'll just open this one real quick. Take a quick peek. Now, see, there's forward slashes in the date. You're like, uh-oh, forward slashes. But see, this is not a field that's defined as a tree structure field. It's a date field, so that's okay. It's forward slashes are only a concern when you're putting them in a field defined as a hierarchical, like a tree definition field. And then you got to, be a little more cautious about how you use your forward slashes. Let's see.
You have that other date that you corrected. It's not following the same format. as everything else.
The date that I corrected?
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
line number 4.
Line number 4. Okay. And then we've got a date.
So it says 04/18/09.
Line number 4. Right here?
Yeah. So it says there's 04/18 and then 09.
Oh.
The others are using a full.
Yeah, that's true. So that's actually, I think, that's my error on correcting it. Let's just take a look here. I thought I typed the full, year, but I might not have.
Yeah, it happened to me as well, and it kind of autocorrected.
So that's on line 4. Yeah, look at that. So I actually typed it in properly. But so then we're going to have to look at X.
Year 2109.
What's that?
You typed in
21. I guess I didn't. I typed 4 digits. I didn't type them correctly. But it looks to me like it's a formatting issue here. So we need to clear. Well, we don't want that. So anyway, I think that's what's driving this.
What I normally do is just copy from one cell to another and then just retype the date in. That's how I make sure that the format's always the same.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's a great way to do that. What I'll usually do is use a little formatter brush, but I don't see it here. So, but I see what you're saying. So I actually like that better than what I'm doing. So just copy down. Now, I don't know if the Control D works. Let's see. I have a copy down here. That's the problem with using something that you're not familiar with.
Control C, Control V. That's what I use.
Yeah, is that consistent here?
Yep.
Because I like using the copy downs. I use Excel a lot doing that, but then, yeah, when it's not available. Okay, so 4, and now I'm in trouble. Because now I can't remember what it was.
It was 18.
When you're correcting stuff, you better not make mistakes. All right, so now hopefully that's okay, and I think it was a formatting deal. But yeah, again, glad you caught that. That would have been an issue. Would have been a problem. Okay. All right. So I corrected it in. I don't know if you noticed that I corrected it in my Excel document, because if I correct it in my CSV, then I'm going to lose all my leading zeros. So I corrected it there. Now I'm going to go ahead and save it as again into CSV. And as always, I like to just double check real quick, do a real quick visual inspection. And so for line 4, yeah, so now that's accurate. And so the only other thing I really look at, I might look at this carefully. Usually would if it's a production system I'm implementing. It's just I'm looking for extra lines here with commas. I'll look in here and I might look at this for a while and see if we have any other things that I can see. But let's go ahead and import and then just inspect the data once it's imported. Okay, so this looks good. So I'll close this, close that, close that. Okay, and so let's go ahead and set up that integration model. All right, so another integration model. integration model. And we'll come in here. Yeah, see, I'm not in the right system. I think I've logged into my demo database because I was showing something earlier.
Yeah, it does say EasyVista demo on the top.
Yeah, it does say right there. So that's the way you would tell. You would see it in the tab. What I've also, done for clients, it's kind of it's easier to see because sometimes the tab, you might have a long name in here, and then the demo or the prod or the sandbox part, it goes off the end of the tab. So what we'll do is we'll take the image and we'll modify it. We'll take the original image and of course put it in production. Then we'll modify the image for sandbox and one for demo and just put a little word up here, sandbox or demo. As another stopgap measure, on my login, I might put next to my name, whether it's prod or sandbox or demo. The only gotcha with that is whenever you duplicate your environments, then that prod, account comes over to sandbox. So you got to remember then to change it. But it doesn't happen frequently enough that, usually this is really visible. So if I just look up here, oh yeah, I'm in the sandbox or I'm in prod. But then if you also have an image here and they're consistent, and then if you're looking at this, then you can tell where you're at. But yeah, I'm definitely not in the right place because my folders didn't look right. I should have a training folder.
What is interesting is in the guide, when you're importing the things, it's telling you to make whole new folders.
What kind of folders?
So like when you do the integration parameter wizard, it says for folder name, put in like my company and stuff like that. I've just been ignoring that since we've been dropping them in training.
Sure. Normally, yeah, as a practice, yeah, so I haven't really shown that. I'm trying to see if I'd shown that here in the training. But normally as a practice, what we'll do is when we create things for customers, whether they be reports or whatever, integrations, we'll go ahead and just put a folder in, because you'll usually have a folder here that says EasyVista. In a populated system with like an out-of-the-box system, you'll have EasyVista examples for reports or for integration models, and they'll be in the integration folder or in the EasyVista folder. So then we'll just make another folder that has the customer's name, and then we know that for any customizations we've done, we put it in that folder. So yeah, that's typically the habit that we do. But what I did here is I just created a training folder, and that works. Okay, so we're looking for, we're going to do equipment. Oh, it's so hard to type when you're trying to type well. If you just type, it's easy. Equipment. And we'll just pick this one. CSV, everything else is defaulted. We're good to go. Import our CSV file. So I want to make sure I grab equipment, not employees. Upload. Get my little indicator there. Okay, so now I've got all these fields. Now let's see, do they line up? Well, do I need these two? No, because I'm using type, and type lines up. So if you know what the connector destination mapping says, if you put that in your source, it'll line up for you automatically. So let's see how good we did. So we got manufacturer model, State office we don't need because we're putting those things in location. I'm always having to add a state custom field and then updating integration connectors, because there are no states in France. So I guess they don't recognize the fact that we have states. We should have a state field in the schema. A little bit of a nuisance, a little annoying. So here we've got inventory date. So that could be a physical. They've got different types of dates. So you could have that say. Usually when I'm looking at this, I'll pull up the schema and see what date fields I have. And then I'll, like, here's last physical inventory. I might use that one. Of course, you'd verify this with your customer what, we want to see. And we want to, of course, know that field, we need to show that on the form. We've got warranty dates. We've got some delivery dates, other dates. So last physical inventory, probably a good one. Now, I'm not even looking at the, at the lab. Let's see what they've mapped it to. Oh, look at that. Last physical inventory. What do you know? Okay. Status, supplier, serial number, end of warranty, good. Okay, now, what do you think we should map login to? What are we using that login column for? And I can't. Yeah, I was going to say I can't look at somebody and ask you directly. It's kind of awkward. But yeah, I know you guys know this. It's just that we're using this to indicate who the owner of the asset is. So we've got
just
here
a
main
tip,
user.
you can actually type in and it'll jump.
Yeah.
Especially when you have such a long one.
You saw how bad I am at typing. So yeah. So main user, and then we're using the login. And so what that's mapped to in the connector, it's actually mapped to we're basically mapping the asset table to the employee table, via the login fields between the two. Okay, so that's good. And I'm thinking we don't need anything else here. Yeah, we don't have any other fields we need to set as defaults. So then we come in here, and then so I would, guess that we're going to use asset as the primary key or the unique key. Okay, we've got a lot of auto-inserted fields, so let's just take a look at that. Now, I have a little bit of a problem with this one, only because, in the real world, I mean, it's fine as an example for training, but in the real world, I would never want to update so this auto-inserting, we're auto-inserting into, we're actually going to be auto-inserting that value into the employee table. So we'd be updating the employee table with data that we're getting from the asset, some sort of asset source. And I don't, the single source of truth that I want to have is my IDM, my Active Directory, my integration with Active Directory. So I don't want that table to be updated by any other sources. So I would say I wouldn't want this. And so, if there's a problem, in other words, if we have values that don't match between these two, if I have this unchecked, then that owner doesn't get, put into the asset record. And so then we'd want to inspect our asset records and say, okay, how many of them don't have owners? And if you see there's a whole bunch of them, and then you look and you might find that, oh, okay, I've got this asset that's indicated it's owned by this individual, but they're not in Active Directory. What the heck's going on? So in other words, there's certain sources, and this particular source is an asset source. I don't know that I'd want it updating my employee table. Now, do I want it updating my location table? That might not be as big a deal, maybe. If I had all my locations set from Active Directory, and those are defined locations, I don't want any other locations in my table, just those, then I wouldn't want this to be auto-inserting new locations. I'd uncheck that, and then I'd want it to match the locations that are in the table. If it didn't match, then you wouldn't have a location associated with that asset. And then you'd have to figure out what's going on. Type, manufacturer, model, yes, we want those to auto-insert because we're actually importing assets and we're simultaneously building out a manufacturer and an equipment catalog, and a manufacturer table and an equipment catalog. So we want to leverage this and build those out. So these make sense. This one, maybe. Status, no, because I don't want to be inserting a bunch of statuses that EasyVista doesn't understand. So I would uncheck that for sure. This one I'll just leave because, I mean, so if we uncheck these, and then we import our data, and then we go look at the data, and we see that we have a lot of missing locations in our data, even though the source had the location, that just tells us that, the source has locations that weren't already in the location table. Same thing with status. And I definitely don't want to update my statuses because, I'll look at the assets, and if they don't have a status, then I'll go see what status they were set to. Supplier, yeah, we're just adding new suppliers to a table, so that's fine. And then login, yeah, like I said, I wouldn't really want to do that. For the purposes of the exercise, I guess I'll leave it checked. I mean, if I uncheck this, then we would just need to go into the asset records and see, maybe create a filter that says, okay, show me all the asset records where the owner is null for the record. And then we'll look at that and say, okay, is our source data, consistent with that? Or do we have owners in there that don't match what we have in our employee table? Anyway, that's the kind of or the thought process that you should have. I'll leave that. I don't want to do that one. And then I want to just see, what we get. And then also, I don't want to forget that in our manufacturer, we have that compact normalization. So we have a couple of items here for normalization. I can leave those or take them out, either way. But we also know that we have two different types of values for compact. We have compact, and I believe it was Inc. without a comma, and then we just have compact. And we don't really need to put this one in. This particular occurrence here, I don't need to put this in because its output would be the same. So I don't need that. But here I want to change this to compact only. And that should work as long as I have this input value set correctly. I can't remember. I'd have to look at the data. I'll put that in like that, save that. Save and close, maybe.
Hey, Rick, does the system save those, or do you have to type those in each time that you're doing
No,
an input?
The system will save them. And so, and there's actually a place right here where you can see all the normal.
Just a quick question. I didn't want to get you sidetracked. So, but yeah.
Yeah, all the normalization rules are right here.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're good. Just want to double check one thing. And where we were seeing this, yeah, so there's no comma. All right. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, so think we're good. Now we've done a lot of work to get this to this point, so I'm going to go ahead and save it by hitting finish. That way, if something happens and when we execute and it doesn't execute completely, at least I have my model, my design saved. Okay, so now I'm going to run it again. And I've already got data imported. I've already got things mapped. Everything looks good that way. I've already got my unique key set and my auto inserts, and so I can just go ahead and execute. Okay, so this is a good sign. If you don't get these blue bars at the start, then that means there's typically something wrong with your connector. Okay, so we're inputting 1,000 records, close. We'll look at our log. What's it say? Let's click over. Now we have succeeded, but we have warnings. Uh-oh, maybe some issues. Maybe not. Maybe the only issue is, okay, we did have an issue here with a default value, not a valid date time, and that was on line 0. So that's really not an issue. But what that's saying is there was a default value set for a date time field, and dash is not a valid date time. So, but it says line 0, which to me means that that's the header line. So that's not a worry. So let's see, we've got 999, which we had. We basically updated the catalog. So we just created an equipment catalog. We also created, well, I don't see that the manual, well, let's see. This is sort of something that kind of gets you. See how this says 4+? You could think, oh, there's only 4 tables here. No, there's more than 4. You have to expand this, because I was just going to say, wait, where's the manufacturer table? We should have updated it. We did right here. We just added 11 values to the manufacturer table. We didn't add anything to status. We told it not to add anything. We added 6 suppliers, and we added 22 classifications. Okay, so basically that means we had 22 types of, different types of assets. So then if we go look at our assets, we should hopefully see good stuff. Come in here to asset equipment and then inventory. And then we've got, we're viewing by location, but we can switch this to list view. And then we've got all of our assets, and we've got, we can see here we're populating users, which is good. At least these first few records look good, and so we should have, what, 999. So we do a scroll down and kind of inspect, and I think we're okay. I would be curious to know if we have any of these that don't have status. So I could create a filter to filter on, status is null, but it looks like, null is not bubbling up to the top, so that looks pretty good. I think we've done okay. All right. Okay. So that looked good. And I know we had questions all along. I know, just to ask, are there any other questions about this piece? We learned a couple of new things on that.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
On the integration parameters, on the beginning of the integration,
Mm-hmm.
you remove 3 parameters on the form.
Yes. You want me to go back to that?
Yeah, can you please?
So in the integration model, there we go. And so we'll look here. And we'll go to the next. So right here.
Yeah, so there's one parameter that I already removed, but it keeps coming back. And the destination says model, and the source is empty. And if I try to remove it again, it just
So
keeps coming back.
that happened to me too, and I just kept selecting it and kept hitting X, and it eventually went away.
Oh,
well, so
okay.
I'll let you know this, that there are 3 fields here that have to be mapped. They're required. What it is that in the connector, when you set up the connector, you can indicate whether or not a particular mapping is required or not. And for equipment, the system requires 3 things minimally. It requires type, manufacturer, model. So when you first create one of these integration models, you'll notice that you've got these, these destinations down here with no sources.
Mm-hmm.
One thing the integration model does is it always shows you what's required by not mapping it to anything, even though you've got the same stuff mapped up here. So you'll have manufacturer up, you'll basically have manufacturer mapped to manufacturer here, but then down here you'll see that it's null here and then manufacturer. As long as you've got what the integration model is showing you is that those 3 things that are not mapped, those are required. So you got to make sure they get mapped.
Okay,
so you can
I saw it.
map them there, or you can map them up top, and then once you have them mapped, then you can delete the duplicates.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, I mean, if you were trying to delete it and you didn't have it mapped, it wasn't allowing you to do that because it's required.
Okay.
That's all that's doing. Yeah, it's a little bit kludgy, but I mean, it makes sense once you understand what it's trying to do. Okay, good question. Okay, so next, what we're going to do is we're going to dive into, creating, incident, work on the incident process and then creating incident workflows. So that's where we're heading here. So I'm looking here. I'm not sure if we're due for a break or if we should just keep forging ahead. I'd be okay just to keep forging ahead with this section and at least get up to the point where we're doing workflows, because I think these 2 sections will go rather quickly. Does anybody need a break?
I'm good, thanks.
Breaks, what are those?
I want to make sure I, at least do them, because usually I err on the other side where I never take breaks, and that's not good. So we'll just keep forging ahead unless I hear otherwise. So what we'll do is we'll look at this section, and we're basically going to be looking at the catalog and how you set up a catalog, and we're going to use a kind of a different formula here. Not a big deal. It's just another way of concatenating. But what this will do, this formula will basically concatenate, and where you have items that some levels have maybe 2 items and some have 3, some may even have 4. If you have an item that's missing, so like here we're doing 1, 2, 3 columns. So let's just say this column here doesn't have an item in it. Well, we don't want to end up with a trailing slash. So that's what this is doing, is saying, if this particular cell is not null, then go ahead and put a slash. But if it is null, then don't put the slash. That's all that's doing. But so what we're doing here is we're creating a catalog. And the best way to think about this is to basically look at the DCTs that we use. So the data collection templates allow us to collect our catalog categories and organize them in a reasonable fashion. And then, once we do that, basically we work with our customer, or our teams, in this case, our stakeholders, and try to determine how we want our catalog to be laid out based on tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, levels. And that's all we do. We work on this with our stakeholders. Once we have this information, then we can format, how we're going to import this into the system. So we would create an extra column here, and we concatenate these items. And so then we're going to end up with something like, at the high level, hardware and software, and then the second level down, you have some further classification or diversification, and then your final layer here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the existing example and just create a catalog from it. And let me just take a look at that example and see what all we have in it. It looks to me like we're going to have catalog, group in charge, SLAs. It's interesting. That'll be interesting. I'm saying it's interesting because usually you don't do your catalog until after you have all these other things defined, and we haven't defined these yet. So that'll be interesting. Let's just take a look. So catalog, we're going to auto insert. So we're going to define these on the fly. That's good. Group in charge, we're defining these on the fly. So the groups don't exist right now in the system, but because we have auto insert checked, we're going to basically be creating groups. All we're going to do is instantiate a group by name, but it's not going to have any values in it. We have to come back and add members and add a group manager and other such things later. But right now we're just going to add the groups. Also the SLAs, we're saying, okay, let's auto insert the SLAs. We don't have any defined right now, so we're going to define them in this integration, which is normally you define what your SLAs are first, and then you make sure that your catalog has the SLAs match what you have defined in your SLA table. But for the purposes of the exercise, we're doing it this way. Again, default root cause, if we were to look at our root cause table, I'm not sure if it's populated. It may not be, but what we're saying here is we're going to go ahead and auto-populate it. Okay, so that's fine. Workflows. Interesting. Because what's going to happen here, well, we'll just go ahead and do it, and we'll see what happens. Since we're saying we're going to go ahead and map workflows to the destination in the catalog, if these workflows don't exist and we're not auto-inserting them, then they're not going to get mapped. But we'll see how that works. Normally what has to happen is if you've got workflows defined in your spreadsheet for your catalog, you need to actually create at least the workflow shell. You might not fill out all the steps, but the workflow has to exist so that it can be mapped into the catalog. But we'll see. We'll see how that works. These three are probably going to fail. We're going to have to run the integration model a couple of times. Once before, and then build the workflows, and then run the integration model again to populate the workflows. Cannot be selected, just a Boolean. Impact and urgency, again, we don't have those set up. I don't believe we were asked to set them up anywhere. So that'll be interesting to see, because I don't think we're going to get those to populate. So let's see. In other words, and I'm going to harp on this just because as an integrator, you're always running into this issue. If I come back to this, my favorite slide here, you can see here that before we can do catalogs, all of this information needs to be in the system. And so we just saw that the workflows we haven't added yet. We haven't added impact and urgencies or SLAs. SLAs are dependent on these things to be added. It'll be interesting to see what happens when we try to run this exercise. Okay, so we'll see. So let's take a look at the catalog, and here it is. And now this is, if you looked at, the example of the DCT for incident that I put on Dropbox, it's going to look like this. That catalog tab is going to look just like this. We've got our categories that we're concatenating. So we need to actually create a column and concatenate these 3 categories. That's step 1. Group in charge. Well, these are groups that we're going to auto insert into the system. They're not defined yet. That's okay. We can do that way. SLAs, we can auto insert them as well. It's just that they're not going to be then connected to the things they need to be connected to, like the service hour table and one thing or another. So that's a little bit problematic. But since we're auto inserting them, they will get inserted. They just won't have any definition. Root cause, software conflict, we're going to auto insert that. Now these 3, you saw we can't auto insert those, so these must exist. So what'll happen is when we import this data, the workflows will all remain blank, and you'll see that. Cannot be selected. Doesn't look like we have that populated. We do. Okay, we do in a couple places. All right, so 1 means true, of course, and we're leaving it null otherwise. So this is fine. Okay. And then we've got impact and urgency, which, again, we don't have those defined in the system. At least I don't think we do. So if we look here, so the easiest way to find a lot of this stuff is just to search. So let's just search for impact. They're under other, most of this stuff is under other references. So we do have impact and urgency in here. So by default, out of the box, that's there. That's good. I usually change those anyway to something else. Urgency, same thing. See, these high, medium, and low are kind of meaningless. What you really need to do is indicate levels of urgency or levels of impact. Like for instance, with impact, who is it impacting? Is it company-wide versus maybe a department versus an individual? That would be better for somebody to select than giving them the option to select high, medium, or low, because they're always going to select high. But if you tell them, well, if you select company-wide, that's high. And if you select company-wide, you're saying your issue is affecting the whole company. They say, no, it's just affecting me. Well, then you tell them, well, then the impact is just the individual, which means it's low as far as the system's concerned for prioritizing work. SLAs. So you can see here we have SLA priorities and SLAs. The SLAs are defined here. And then if we look at how we define an SLA, we've got to tell it what the service hours are, and what the holiday list is. In other words, what holidays are associated. These are not going to get populated. So we'll see how that all rolls out. Okay. So let's give this a shot. So what we need to do is concatenate using that special formula. And the rest of this stuff should be okay as is. I don't know that we're going to have any gotchas. But we'll just have to double check. So here we're looking at, well, that's okay. Okay, those are okay. Yeah, those are okay. See this
Yeah,
because
I think they just try to throw you off by throwing the backslashes in there because I didn't find any forward slashes in those 3 columns.
yeah, so the backslashes are okay. And yeah, so we've got wide diversity there. Then we've got our groups and we've got our SLA and we got this. We got a couple of different values. They all look okay. This should probably be standard for the local intervention. Okay. We're going to actually use that local intervention workflow in a following exercise. So we're going to need that. Immediate solution is fine. This should all just say closing. That's fine. Okay. Impact and urgency, just low. We're setting the default to be the same throughout, which is maybe not the case, but in this case, it's fine. And that's all we're setting. So the only thing we really need to do is just create ourselves a column here to concatenate. What am I doing? To concatenate, insert before these 3. And we're going to call this category because it's the catalog category. And so we're going to use as a formula what we saw there. And it'd be really nifty if I could cut and paste that into the chat for you guys. Let's see if I can do that. You guys probably have already typed it out and you got your lab done and you're waiting. Waiting on me.
I got it for you, Rick. I pasted it into the chat.
Oh, you got it already done? Okay, good. So, well, heck, if you put it in there, then I'm going to steal it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need money though. Sorry.
So you're not doing this gratuitously, huh? Yeah.
Listen, my finger strength is failing. Yeah, I copied it directly into the cell, and it seems to be concatenating correctly.
Yeah, you can see here that example looks good. So,
however,
do that.
Then
copy that down, and I think we are good, right? Looks good. Okay, we've got a little stop, break in the action here.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get it to keep on going.
It won't do it for me.
Wonder what's hanging it up. Probably that gap there. So what we can do is we can just say copy. Usually the copy down is better, but they'll get past that gap and then listen it up now.
Yeah, it does not want to keep going down.
So let's see, I got 58. See, when this little guy doesn't work, I'll just do this. And then I need to see the copy down. And I don't know, in Excel, you've got a nice copy down feature, but here.
It worked for me when I did just the copy and then I highlighted all the cells and just did a paste. It worked for me.
And it pasted it all down.
Yep.
So if I do a paste here.
You may need to select one of the cells and do a copy first, though.
Copy.
Oh, you're trying to copy the actual text of the formula. You're doing escape because you're screwing that cell up. There you go. Now just copy that.
Man, the backslashes in some of them though are so ugly.
You should be able to just do a hold down your shift key and do a page down all the way down to the end, and then do a Control V, or highlight it with your mouse.
Let's just try this many. That seems to work. And that doesn't. Dang, you cannot do that. Yeah, got it for the most part, looks like. Printing services. Okay. Cannot be requested. Like some of these. Okay, all right, well, so we'll go with that. Okay, so we've got our category and everything else I think we're okay with. So I'm gonna save that. And I'm gonna save it as okie dokie. Let's see what we got. Looks okay. Yeah, looks okay. Okay. Oh, see, there is one. Unless I'm not. So there's an extra row here that we don't want. So we can actually just, modify that right here. I would go back into my Excel and clean that up if I was to use it again. But anyway, that's fine. Okay. All right, so let's try setting this up real quick. So in here, integration models, create a model, put it in training. And then we'll call this incident catalog. All right, and then all these, we'll accept the defaults, and then we'll come down here to incident, and we should see incident catalog, and then again by full name is a good choice. Hit upload, grab our catalog, upload, next. Okay. So now here we can get rid of these because we've concatenated all those into the fourth. We can see here that category is a required field, and I've got it mapped, so I don't need this one here. Default urgency, I should have that mapped. I don't, but I need to map it. See, it's coming back because I don't have it mapped. But as soon as I map it, it'll go away when I delete the delete it. So now I can delete this and it'll go away because we've satisfied the required conditions. So now we got to just marry up impact. I'll go ahead and take your advice on that. Can't select, requested, can't be requested, not the same, can't be selected. Can't be selected, can't be requested. Yeah, that is the same. What am I thinking? Okay, and then closing, and then immediate, and then workflow is good. Let's see. So I got those root cause, SLA. So we're good there. Now we're going to use the key, which is already set for us. We've got these auto inserting. The rest of these are not. So we probably won't get certain things to populate. We'll see. I'm going to go ahead and just execute without saving first and see if the system executes and saves my model for me. Yep, that part's running. The part's going. Done. So now, what do we have here? Take a look at our status. Status looks good. Let's go take a look at our catalog. And we have incident catalog. Okay. And so these are all our first level categories. And so at this point, we can just kind of audit, or, I'll change it to list and we can see how much we can see here. See, now you can see here the workflows didn't go in. What I would want to do probably is extend this view to show me all of the columns that I had in my source file so I can see what worked and what didn't work. This is showing me the last level here. I could probably get rid of that because I can see my full level right here, generally. So let's see. End of availability. So we don't have a lot of items available. We have to map them first. So for instance, well, this might get into a forms design session if I start mapping all this stuff. So let me just pick one of these and see if we've got what kind of information we've got here. Come on. It's thinking. It's thinking hard. Thinking too much. Yeah, it's yeah. So we can see here what we've got, input from, the integration. So we got our description. This is our category. We didn't have a manager in our source, so we didn't get that. We did get our group in charge. Let's see, we didn't get our workflows, and just as I suspected, we wouldn't because we don't have those workflows defined. So the way we're going to handle this is we're going to create these workflows, and then we have two options. We can either come back into every single one of these categories and update them manually, or we can run our integration model again. And I prefer to choose the latter. And so once we create the workflows that we have referenced in our spreadsheet for the catalog, we literally create those. Then we can come back and run them, and then they'll actually get populated because they exist. These aren't populating because they don't exist, and cannot be requested. It all depends, whether this gets set or not. We'd have to look at the category that should be setting it. The root cause got set. Looks like we may have updated. Let's take a look. Yeah, we updated the root cause table. It didn't have anything in it. We updated impact and urgency. Actually, we didn't update. We had those already. So we got almost everything. Now, what we should do is come back here to the integration log and just take a look at what things we had, what tables we had populated for us. So we'll come in here and we'll take a look and see what all we got. So we got the group table. We had 6 groups added. Reference table. This has to do with the, in this case, it would be the reference. This reference table is used for a lot of things, and I'm trying to remember which reference item. Let me see here. Okay, so yeah, so the root cause, yes, is part of the reference table. We've got all of our catalog entries. So yeah, one thing I didn't show about this log is you can actually click on these hyperlinks and see, the actual records that got updated. So so it looks like we put in a default value of dash, and then that's not really desirable, but then we have the SLA. And impact and urgency, we didn't update, they were already there. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. We just need to move on to our next step, and eventually get to workflows where we then are creating them, and then we're going to have to remember to come back and rerun this integration again so we can update the catalog with the workflow values. We need to do that right before we're ready to start testing and creating tickets. So with all that said, I think it's time for a break. So let's see, it's approaching noon in the central area. It's, just passing noon, close to 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Let's see, we've been going for, I guess, 4 hours now, which is about halfway. Does this sound like an okay time to take a little bit longer break? Or do you want to wait for another hour to do that?
I say we take lunch now. That's my vote.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of hard to ask because it's difficult in these forums like this, but yeah, if everybody's okay with that idea, we'll just go ahead and take kind of a little bit longer. We'll call it a lunch break or call it a dinner break. Let's say we'll just go for like maybe, we'll go to the bottom of the hour. So we'll take at least 30 minutes. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, appreciate the confirmation. All right, so I'll go ahead then and do that. It's the bottom of the hour. I'll go ahead and set a timer here in a little bit, but bottom of the hour, we'll come back after we have a little bit of a break, and then we'll dive into workflows. So I'll see you guys then. Okay, I'm back. I hope everybody else has had a pretty good break. Yeah, good. Let's see. Ruben, are you still with us?
Yep.
It's very late over there, right? Yeah, okay. Well, good. So I guess we'll go ahead and get started then. So now, for the first time, we'll break away from integrations and we'll actually get into, a more new topic, maybe more interesting. So let me just cue this up here. Let me just put away a couple of my many windows I have open right now. Oh, let's see. Okay, I'm looking at this support group management exercise, and really it's an exercise in just populating some of the groups that were created. So I think I'll just talk through this here real quick. We created these groups by using the auto insertion function when we import the incident data. And so by virtue of using that auto insert, then we were able to leverage that and create these groups in the groups table, but all we have in there is just kind of an empty shell. We have the group names themselves, but we don't have any of the other information. If you were to actually integrate, set up an integration model for groups and then import all of their data separately, you would end up importing more than just their group name. But so for the purposes of this exercise, this is just having us fill out additional information on the groups. I'm not sure that we're going to actually need this going forward, so I'll just kind of look through this. We've got so we're populating, yeah, so let's take a look at this just a little bit. So if we look at our groups, and again, we can find groups, if we don't know where to look, just by typing in groups here. And then we've got a couple of different group options, but these are actions, these are incidents and such, where we're looking at the actual groups themselves is under directory. So we'll click here. And then we can see here that we have our groups that we've added. So if we just take a look at one of these groups, so we can see there's more information that needs to be populated. There's a required field for levels. So at some point, what we could do is we could either, if we just have a small set of groups, we could just go in and manually update these groups. Or if we have a large number of groups, then we'd want to create, a spreadsheet with these fields in the spreadsheet, and then set up an integration model to populate all of our groups. You could even set up an integration model to populate all the group members, rather than doing it individually. And that's, again, if we looked at the examples here in the DCT, and let me just pull up, I'll pull up the incident DCT. Okay, so if we look here, what this is doing for us is this is allowing us to create a spreadsheet with the values that need to be populated for the group. So if we fill out this portion of the DCT, this will satisfy populating all of our groups. Now, likewise, when you fill out this and say you put in something like service desk in here, the spreadsheet is set up such that service desk gets, migrated or, duplicated over here in this column. And then what you can do is you can indicate which team members are associated with, which groups. And then you can populate your team membership or your participants in groups using this spreadsheet here. Another way to do this could be that if you have groups that are set up in Active Directory, we could actually use the Active Directory information and their attributes to actually populate EasyVista with an integration directly to the Active Directory, which might make things simpler if you actually have that information aligned that way. A lot of the times clients don't have that information aligned that way, so we will need to fill out either something like this, or we'll just go into the groups and then they'll casually sort of manually add their people. And so the way you can do that is you can come over here to groups, into your groups, go into the related elements area. Now when I click on related elements, I'm not seeing anything because there are no relationships to the group tables yet, because we just added these elements and that's all we've done. So if we wanted to add people to the groups, we just come in here and manually we can go ahead and, well, when we satisfy all the required conditions, I'll go ahead and put this in. And then we can go ahead and click on new member, and then let's see here. Pick from our list of people that we've just populated from our previous exercise. So I know we're actually having called out a couple of examples here. So I'm just going to take a look at one example. So we've got Richard Ahern as the manager, level 3, blah, blah, blah. And then we've got super user Greg and Paul. So I'll just do one of these real quick because it's pretty straightforward. So if I come in here and I type in super user or user, I didn't even know we had something like that in there. I'm not sure that we do. How about Paul? So I'm finding Paul's, but I'm not finding he's got a unique last name. There we go. So again, you just select your users, they get added to the group. You can put your manager in here. See if he's close by. There he is. This should be set to a 3 apparently. Email, I might mention the fact that if an email is not put in for a group, because you can put in a distribution list for a group if you wish, and then notifications would go to that list. But if you don't have an email associated with a group, the notifications will go to each individual member of the group. You've got 8-10 people in here. 8-10 notifications go out, 1 to each of the members. And that's the way the system would handle it if there was not a group email here. That's all we really need to set. It's always good to set the language. The rest of this stuff is optional. You do have in here when you want to make the group active and when you might want to retire the group, so you can put dates in for that. These toggle switches basically allow this group to participate in discussions. I think we talked about this before, where when you have this toggled, then this group will show up in the list of groups that can be joined into a discussion. So this is where you would enable that.
Rick, I have a question.
Yeah.
Most of the tables have this start and end date.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
And the purpose of let's say start date end date is to activate and deactivate those records without having manually to do it, right?
That's correct. So if you wanted to set up this group and then put the date into the future by a couple of weeks, then you would be kind of pre-staging this group, getting it all ready to go, but not making it available to anybody for use. And then when that date arrived, then it would automatically show up in the system as being an item, a group that can be selected for different purposes, right? Wherever you use groups. So until the start date arrives, this group will be invisible to other processes. And then the same thing on the other end. When you want to go ahead and retire the group, you can put a date in here, and then once that date is met, then the group, goes away. It doesn't get deleted. Of course, it gets archived, but it is no longer available for operational use. Okay, so you can see here what we did with the catalog is we just added the groups by name, but then there's more work to be done. We need to populate the groups. We need to provision the groups, and we need to, add their group members. So that's what this exercise is basically heading towards. Now, I'm not sure that we're going to need these groups for future exercises, so I'm not going to worry about populating them right now. I think in a future exercise, we're going to actually set up a different group for that. So this is pretty straightforward. I'm not going to spend much more time on this. You can see here, we just have different information items that we need to put in the groups. Okay, let's get into workflow management, because now, hopefully this will start getting a little bit more interesting. So workflows, okay, integral part of your system. They're basically designed to allow you to represent a process by, including steps within this workflow to associate tasks or work units or activities, to a process. And, of course, you can, set up a workflow in a logical fashion, and you've got a lot of different controls that you can use. So what we'll do is, I'll go ahead and get into the workflow editor, and then we'll describe some of the things about workflows. So again, back in the system now, to get to workflows, the easiest way is just to, again, search here and type workflow. You're going to have two options here: workflow for operations, workflow for transition. That just applies to whether you're setting up workflows for service operation, which service operation is an ITIL lifecycle phase. That's why we sort of use that as a grouping element. And so service operation includes the processes incident, service request, problem, and I believe we have news articles in there as well. So just think of service operations when you're working on incidents or service requests or problem management. You'll find the workflows here. When you're working on change or knowledge or release management or something like that, they'll be under transition. So we're gonna, we're gonna use this one. Here, let me see. Every time that pops up, that means I didn't save whatever it is I changed. So I'll just save it real quick. And then I'm going to go into workflow operation. And you can see here, because we're working in the empty system, we don't have any examples of workflows, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and build one. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this just so we can make sure and get back to it quickly. So to begin building a workflow, of course, workflows begin, on paper or on a whiteboard long before you get into the system and start trying to build one. You really want to sort of, capture, the process that you're wanting to create in the system, in some sort of diagram that will show you the starting elements, and then any conditional branching elements, and then whatever tasks that are associated, and then finally, how you conclude. And in the process, and then along the way, what kinds of notifications you want to have going out from the workflow. And even as far as outbound information, the inbound information you'd like to bring into the workflow. For that, you would want to determine what sorts of questions are required that you need to present to the requester, or the person initiating a ticket. What questions need to be answered so that the process can be fulfilled. And so those are the kinds of things that you need to think about when you're creating a workflow. So the workflow editor, the way you get to it is you just click on the new button, and then it's going to ask you, to create a workflow. You're going to have to give it a name. One practice that is recommended is that you always begin your workflow name by the process, by which it's being developed, or for which it's being developed. So you could just start creating a title without, prefacing it with a process name. And then that would kind of make it hard to find when your workflow list starts growing and growing. So it's a good idea. You could either do something like that or something like this. And then for a service request, you could just say service, or you could say SR, just something that would group your workflow. So every time you create a service request workflow, if you, start it with SR, then they'll all stay in the same group. And so they'll be easy to locate. So for incident, we usually do something like this. And then we'll just call the standard workflow incident standard. Okay, and then now you're being asked here whether or not you want to indicate an intake questionnaire for this workflow. A lot of times you won't have your questionnaire developed yet when you begin a workflow. So you can leave this blank for now and then come back to it later. And that's what we'll have to do here. Now the parent query, when you're setting up a workflow, you have to tell it what tables and what fields are going to be relevant to this workflow process. So if you're creating an incident workflow, we have in the system, we've defined a bunch of parent queries, those that are needed initially out of the box anyway. And so we have incidents, requests, we have events, and you can see several other things here, problem and such. And so for incidents, it's just quite simple. We just say, we need the incident parent query. Okay, now the parent query, well, I'll come back to that in just a second, because the parent query is kind of an in-depth subject, and we'll look at a little bit later how to set up a parent query when we start talking about developing reports, how to set up parent queries from scratch. A lot of the time, you'll be able to find a parent query in the system to meet your needs, but if you do need to set up one from scratch, you can certainly do so. All a parent query is, it's just an association of tables. So you've got a main or principal table with a bunch of other tables linked or joined to that main table, and then you're exposing the fields in those tables in this query. So those can be used for the purposes of the workflow, for notifications, for assignments and other such things. Now, life cycle, again, this is something that you develop ahead of time. You could actually put it in after the fact. You could build your workflow, then come back and say, okay, I want to represent a life cycle in this workflow process. What the life cycle is it's basically, if you look at the ticket form, you'll see at the top of the ticket some chevrons that basically show the phases, of the process, the life cycle phases of the process, and then you can associate the steps that you have in your workflow with specific phases. And then so when you're at a specific step in the workflow, that phase will show as being active in the life cycle chevron area. So, you know, we'll come back to this and add a life cycle after we create our workflow. And then the final status, when the workflow reaches its final step, what status should it be in? And it's usually always closed, so we would set that here. So you can see here, I had to set the parent query and give it a name. I can come back later and populate these two items here. But then when I save, then I end up, you know, getting into the workflow editor. Okay. The workflow editor starts me off with a starting condition and an ending condition. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bring into this diagram, you know, different steps that represent, you know, the items, the activities in the process that I'm trying to, you know, replicate here. So you can set up your workflows to go horizontally, or you can set them up to go vertically. And you can see here, if you click on this little item here, that we're just looking at the upper left-hand corner of the full canvas. So you can build your workflows to be quite large. As you can see here, you have a lot of, you know, real estate, as it were, to be able to populate. And so normally you want to try to keep your workflows as simple as possible. You can actually call one workflow from another. So you can chain workflows together, and you can modularize them and keep them into more manageable and simple blocks. Or you can just build a big, massive workflow and fill up this whole canvas. I've seen both ways. So yeah, going horizontally, going vertically, either way. Now, I should just go through here and give a little bit of an overview on the controls. So you can see right here, save button. You know, that's all that is. This is a save as button, so kind of like a duplicate. This is a big time saver when you have a workflow that you've developed and you've tested it and it all works. Everything's good about it, the notifications, all the steps. And then you want to maybe do something that's slightly different. You know, maybe with a service request, you have a standard service request, and then for some specific type of request, you might have a couple of extra steps. Well, rather than building out a totally new workflow from scratch, you can simply just duplicate, you know, an existing workflow that you know you've vetted and works. All the steps in it are fine, and then you can just modify that new one, and just by adding a few extra steps, then you've got a totally new workflow. So this is a pretty handy option here. This little cogwheel basically lets you get back to the modal, the dialog that I was just at. It's basically just the workflow properties screen here. And so when you need to come back here to possibly update your questionnaire or your life cycle, this is where you would do it. This X allows you to just remove steps from the flow. So if I was to come in here, for instance, and drag a step in, and then I decided, oh, I want to remove it, you can't really click and move it, and you can't really drag it off the screen. You have to basically delete it. So then you just highlight the step you want to delete and just click on that, and then the step goes away. No big deal. Finally, you can print. Well, I skipped over one here. This item here allows you to, you know, it's called, let me look at the tooltips. It's the step selections tool. Basically, it allows you to grab or select all of the items in a workflow with just a couple of, well, a shortcut, a keyboard shortcut. So the shortcut would be Control-Alt-G. When you select Control-Alt-G, then you can, all of the items get selected. I don't have a big workflow here to show you, but I can just do it with this. And then once they're selected, you can move them all as a group. So Let's see, Control-Alt-G. Let's see here. Let me add one so we can see it anyway. And then Control-Alt-G, Control-Alt-G. There we go. So all this does is allow you to just select them all, drag things around, and then unselect them. You can drag things individually, or if you need to drag a whole unit, then, I mean, you can, let's see. Yeah, the only way I know to do this is that, and then, yeah. So you can, once you have this option on, you can select things singularly, but you have to have that option on for that to work. So it just allows you to move things around and makes it easier. So then finally, you can take your image and you can print it as well. So if you've got a nice little workflow diagram and you want to document it and pass it on, you can just click this and print it. You can change the zoom here. And then the important items are here over in what we call the, activities or the actions palette. And so in this actions palette, you've got 3 sections: automated actions, user intervention actions, and then REST actions. Well, so the REST actions are pretty straightforward. Anything that you want to use from a REST automation, they would appear here after they get defined in a different area over here. Once you define your REST action, it'll show up here, and then you can drag that into your workflow and execute it in sequence in your workflow to pull information in, or maybe to push information to another system. So those are REST actions. If you're not integrating with REST, then you wouldn't be using these that often. So the 2 sections that you use mainly are the user intervention and the automatic actions. So user intervention are just that. These require, these are manual actions. These require somebody to advance the step manually by entering information in the ticket, for instance, in an activity, and then advancing the step by finishing that particular task. And that's what these steps represent. You've got approval steps, self-service, steps that go out to the end users. You've got internal approval steps that go to the technicians and people, the fulfillers, if you will. You've got some other specialized steps here that have to do with assets and logistics and installation options for release management. Closing action is used commonly. The common ones, the common steps that are used, you'll see most of the time are like this action step here, operation action. You might have an approval action. You'll have a self-service approval action, and that's generally what you have, those types of actions. The others are a little bit more specialized. And then you have your automatic actions. Now these will proceed without user intervention or without any manual advancement. So you've got, different things here. The common ones that are used are like internal update step. And that's where you actually send code, SQL code. If I was to look at this and open it up, you're basically just writing out a SQL script to do something, either to query and get some information out of the database, or to maybe update the database, or potentially even delete stuff from the database, which is, you know, a little bit uncommon, but you're sending just SQL instructions to the database to do things. So, you know, programmatically, this is a pretty handy option. The other thing that's a bit programmatic is these conditional steps. So you have two different varieties here. You've got what you see here is called a codeless conditional step, and then just a regular conditional step. So if we compare the two, so this is the codeless. And so you've got the step name, you've got this field, which is entry status, basically what the status of your process changes to as soon as this step is entered. So the status change happens on entry into the step, not on exiting the step. And then you've got a place to write SQL code. Well, let's take a look at the other one. Here's the other one. It kind of looks exactly the same. So the difference is this one is basically just a conditional, you know, step or step logic allows you to put in SQL statements, and you have to write out your SQL statements. You have to know SQL to be able to use this. This one has an editor, and it's a little bit subtle, but you'll notice that right here you've got three little dots. You didn't have that on this other one. When you click on these three dots, it takes you to a, you know, to a kind of an like a wizard or a you know, trying to come up with the right term, just a interpreter that allows you to create SQL code without knowing SQL, basically. So it'll show you the fields that are available in your workflow. So for instance, in this workflow, I know the parent query I'm using is an incident parent query. So I'm going to have all of the fields that are available in that incident parent query available for me to use, and they're all oriented towards incidents. Okay, so let's just say I wanted to create a conditional step where I'm checking, you know, I'll just use status. So I come down here and I look at status, and I've got different options here. What I might want to choose is something like meta status. Oh, I could choose anything, but meta status for the incident. So if I choose that, then I'm saying, okay, it is equal to, and then I pick maybe pending. Okay, and that's my logic. Now I can go into advanced mode and I can see what was written for me. This meta status, here's the table, meta status, you know, GUID in this case, we're using that field, is matching this value. Yeah, that's a little bit deep, but you could have done the same thing. Instead of using the GUID, you could have just said meta status is like, and then the name of the meta status, which is pending. You could have written that, but the editor basically did this for you. And so you've got this built out for you. You don't have to know how to write this. And so what this conditional step will do for you is, I'll just put in here, check status as the step. Okay. I won't worry about the other parts right now. And then so I've got this conditional step here.
Rick, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Can the condition be a reference to other tables?
Yes, you can. The way you would do that is you'd have to set up a query Let me think about that. So if you're using the parent query, if you're using this editor, then it's going to show you what's in the parent query. But if you just use so if you set up your parent query with the other tables that you're interested in, then that'll show up for you automatically. But you can also just use this conditional and then write in any table steps you want in here, anything that's in the database. You're not bound by the parent query. So yeah, the answer is that you can do that. You can query on different tables. And so, yeah, so all you're doing here is you're just querying. So you've got this execution sequence that starts from the beginning here. Let's just say remove this arrow for a second. And then what we're saying is then our first step is we're gonna check for a condition. We're checking the status. And if our check, and in this case, we're checking that the meta status is in the pending state. If that is true, then we go in this direction. We use the green arrow to connect to the next step in the flow. If it's false, then we go out this direction, and that would go to a different step. And then that's how you would set up your branching logic. And you can have multiples of these in a workflow and branch between different steps. And you can return to steps. You can have multiple steps executing in parallel and aggregate them all into a single step. You've got a lot of things you can do. And when you start writing workflows, you'll see that you've got a lot of flexibility to do things, and usually you can replicate whatever it is you're trying to do. Now, these automated steps, so you can see here you've got several of these. I've touched on a few of them. Some of these are probably, pretty obvious, like send an email, send a notification. If you wanted to, use, web services, the SOAP web services option or API, then you would use that here versus the rest it's got its own section. Putting, your ticket or your process on hold, taking it off hold, you can do that. Change the resolution target time. So what's used most often is like this internal update step where you can write SQL statements. You can call stored process, procedures. You can do all kinds of different things that you can do with SQL. This is pretty commonly used, and notifications are pretty commonly used as far as automated processes or actions are concerned. So what we need to do is we need to kind of come back here, back down to earth here a little bit, and look at the exercise and then see what it is that we need to build. So let's take a look at this. And so we just went through the steps, the interface and the different tools that you have available to you. You've got a description of the different actions in the action toolbox here, what they're used for. And again, you can find this information as well if you just search the wiki for workflow, and this information will come up. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a workflow. And so we're going to click on the new button. We're going to fill out this dialog. What we're going to say is something like this. And I believe I've done that. I've just transposed this a little bit, instead of saying standard incident, our process in professional services to put the process name first and then the name of the workflow or the process after. That's just a matter of syntax and preference. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create the workflow, and then we're going to add a couple of steps to it. So what we're being asked to do here is add an email and an operational action step. just add them right to the workflow editor. Okay, so easy enough to do. I'll go ahead and get rid of these steps. Yeah, so creating workflows can be reasonably simple, but you can make it as complex as you need to make it. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a automated action or an automatic action, sending an email. And we're also then going to come down and find a manual intervention action, operational action. Okay, so we've got these two steps in here. What we're going to do is we're going to link these together using these arrows. And so we're going to end up connecting these two like this. So let's try that. And let me explain. When you're wanting to connect elements together, some elements have just one arrow coming out of them. In other words, they don't have any other paths but the one. So when this is the start of your process, and then this is the ending step. So, but with the start, you just have one arrow. So you can bring it somewhere. And so now you can actually have more than one arrow at a time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this here to email, and then I'm also going to, I see here I can also grab it again and drag it down to my operational action. So what I'm saying here is that when this process starts, send an email and also at the same time open this step. Make this step the current step in the ticket. You know, open this task, in other words. Okay. So we're doing two things in parallel. Okay. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to delete the arrow from the ending step, which I think we've already done. Yeah. And the way you delete your arrows is just hover over them and you'll see a little red X, and you just click on the red X and that deletes them. And then we're going to add, well, we're basically going to, you know, put this in line between the beginning and the ending step. Okay, and then once we have that diagram in place, then we're going to start filling out the steps. So all we need to do is click here and then drag here. And so now we've connected our flow from beginning to end. So this is the start. Just think of this as code. This is the start of our code block. This is the end of our code block. This is the code in the middle, and both of these are executing in parallel. So what we want to do once we create a simple diagram, we want to start filling out our steps. So we double click on our step, and then you know, for each step you have different things you fill out. For this one we want to give it a name. So you could say send email, or it's kind of obvious that it's an email because there is an image on it. So you could say, you know, the purpose of the email. It could be something like email recipient, or, you know, acknowledge receipt of the request or something like that. What they're asking us to do for this step is just call it email incident logged. So boy. Okay, now I'm going to save this for a second and we're going to see what that looks like. But so you can see, you can read that pretty easily. If you type a lot, then it ends up not being readable. So you kind of want to keep your label short. And, you know, in my mind, you can see that this is an email based on the icon. So I'm not sure that you really need this information here. But that, again, is just personal preference. Okay, so then the next thing we need to do is we need to fill out, after we gave it a name, fill out who this email is going to, and then what the return address is going to be, and our subject line, and then put in some information here. So in this email, I'm going to send this email not to a statically defined person. I'm going to send it to a some dynamically populated variable. In this case, I'm going to use a role. We've got a couple of options here. We've got customized roles. These are roles that we can develop, we can design, we can configure ourselves. And then we have system roles that are designed for us and available to us as part of the system. You can't change these. And then you have something called CI roles, which are, again, roles that we can define to go to specific either groups or people, individuals, based on the conditions of the rules that we set in the role. So
Rick,
just
one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
System roles. Those tags with add in front are the tags that are used by the mail processor that we discussed yesterday?
These are different tags, right? These aren't the same tags.
Oh, okay.
They're different.
Okay.
Yeah. So what this is a system role. What we're looking for is we want to send our email to the requester. In this case, the requester, in the context that we're working in the incident context. So we have the incident parent query. And so we have the system role called requester, which is part of the incident parent query. If you were working, in a different process in a different context, you'd have different system roles and a different parent query. But this, we're working within the context of what we're trying to define here. So incidents, we're gonna send in this notification to the requester, in this case, the person that reported an issue. And then we're going to indicate what the return address is. This return address is going to be the inbox that we're monitoring. The system is monitoring. Our TSA is set up to monitor. So we want to make sure that in case the requester replies to this email, that it goes back to the inbox that's being monitored by EasyVista. So in this case, I'm just going to put help desk. This would be your inbox that you have set up. But I'm just going to use this for now as an example. And then you could actually indicate additional people, on your notification. You can look in here into your directory and pull up people individually like this. And then their email address will be used. So you can see that email address is set there. Or you can go by group. So you can select from your groups, and I'll just go ahead and select this. And so it put the group tag in here. And then if there was an email associated with the group, it would put the group email here. But since there was no email, it put the group tag, and the system knows then to email all the individual members of the group. Now, you've got those two options. You can also select from these tags again. You can select from a custom role or from a CI role or from a system role. You've got all of those options here for additional recipients and for carbon copying, CCing people as well. Put in a subject. So normally, we put something like incident. I'm not sure. Let's see. We're saying incident logged. Okay. Incident logged. And then we're giving the ticket number. So we're going to be doing that dynamically by using a tag here that the system provides. You can see here again, we're looking at the parent query. So the parent query, it has in it defined all of those tables and fields that we would typically need to use for incident. So what I'm looking for here is something called the incident number. So I want, this is the ticket number. I want to go ahead and put this in my subject line and say incident logged, and here's the ticket number, right? So that makes that really easy. You don't have to do any sort of SQL querying to get that information. It's already there available to you. Next, we can put in, you know, this text. And so I'm going to just cut and paste this in, makes it easy. Copy, and just copying and pasting like this will work just fine. Just as long as these tags actually exist when you copy and paste them. You can copy and paste them as text and they'll work, but you want to make sure this tag exists. So this custom tag requesting persons, what I would do is I would double check to make sure the tag exists by coming here and going down the parent query to where it says requesting person and click on that. And then I can see here that, yeah, that exact same tag is what I'm using. So that tag is okay. And then the same thing here. Well, custom tags, incident number, we've already seen that we can grab it from the parent query. So we know that one's going to be good. And so this is the body of your email. Okay. So we can then close this by confirming the changes. We've got everything filled out. And so this particular email is ready to go. Then this next step here, this is the activity or the action that we want someone to do when this ticket is created. This is going to be the first step or the first action in the process. And so for incidents, in the standard incident, by definition from ITIL, the first step is the analyze and resolve step. Analyze, and you can put something like this, analyze and resolve. And okay, so then we want to populate it with this information. So what we're saying is, okay, this is our first task in our workflow. We want to route this to a particular person or group. So I'm going to look in here in my tags and I'm going to say, well, I want to send this to somebody, some group. And remember, when we set up the incident catalog, in the incident catalog, we had this item called group in charge, and we put a team in there. So by virtue of that, what we're saying is when a ticket is created and it's categorized in a specific way, based on what that category is, that category has a group that is in charge of at least initially handling that request. That group in charge is called the catalog group. And so what we want to do is we want to go into the system roles and find the catalog group and then click on that and stick it in here. And so then what we're saying is, when a ticket is categorized as maybe application request or something, whatever we had in our incident catalog, that whatever group is associated with that category, that's the group that's going to be routed this action. And then we can see here the entry status is required. We need to change the status from new to something. In this case, we're going to change it to in progress. The return address is always the same for the system. So once you establish an inbox that you're using for your service desk inbox, that's going to be the return address. As far as the subject goes, you can put something like this in there. Well, so it says action assigned, and then we're using the ticket number tag again. And so what we're doing is we're sending a notification to this group saying that they have a new task associated or is assigned to the group. and they're just getting notified of that so that they can then have somebody in the group start working the ticket. So in the body, we have something like this. We put this in, and so incident, and then again we're using this tag, incident number blah blah blah, has been assigned to your support group for analysis and diagnosis, or okay, so whatever we want to call this step. And so that's a simple message that goes to the group that's been assigned the ticket. And that's all we do. Okay, and then we should end up with something like this. So if we come back to this and save this and look at our diagram, we have the analyze and resolve assigned to the catalog group, and then the email is going to the requester. Okay. Now that was part one of building a workflow. Part two is where we're actually adding to the same workflow, the standard incident workflow. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a codeless conditional step. Okay. And we can kind of look at the diagrams. And so we're going to add this codeless conditional step. And then on top of it, we're going to add another email. And then we're going to change the routing here. Okay. So what we're going to do is just come in here real quick, grab a codeless conditional step, put it in line over here. We'll grab an email because we know we're going to need that, put it here, and see now how we're kind of getting close to the top. What I might do is go ahead and just click this, select everything, and drag it down a little bit so I can work on it. That's what that's for. Okay. And I can always scroll up and down, but the top of the map is right there. So here I'm adding this. Now you see here with this codeless conditional, there's more than one route. Here we just have one route going out. Here we have two routes. And so we want to send the process from this starting point over this to this codeless step. And then from here, based on whether this is true or false, this condition, if it's true, we're going to route it. Oops, grab the right thing. I got to grab the little handle. We're going to say, if this condition's true, then go ahead and then route it to the, the first, action step, which is analyze and resolve. If it's false, we're going to route it some other way. And by the way, if this thing is true, we're also going to send an email. So that's what that means. Okay. And so once we get our pieces in place, then we have to define them. I see we're also saying that we're going to go ahead and put the false link to go to this step as well. So what we're saying is, regardless of whether it's true or false, this condition, the next step's going to be this one, no matter what. What this conditional step is actually doing is that if you have a true result, you're sending a notification. If you have a false result, you're not. And so all this is doing is just checking for some condition and sending a notification and then routing to here. And we're going to take this leg off because we don't want it to go straight to here and then also come around to here and execute twice. So we're going to take this leg off and we're going to have it execute sequentially in this fashion. So then it's just a simple matter of filling out the codeless conditional step and filling out the email step and filling out, that's about it, those two steps. So in the codeless conditional step, we have to come up with a condition. What are we checking for? In this case, we're checking whether or not the incident is dispositioned as an urgent ticket. So we're going to come in here, we're going to use the editor, and we're going to say, following the lab instructions, we're going to say, go down to urgency and check it and see if it's equal to high. If urgency is equal to high, then this conditional step is true. Let's see, did I just put it away without saving it? Yeah. Urgency is equal to high. And then save it. Okay. And so then the system then writes the SQL for you. Urgency table, and then the urgency ID is set to 1 meaning high. So we're not changing the status, I don't believe. Let's see. No, yeah.
You can see kind of how old that document is. That's Phosphorus UI right there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the same thing, but
we need all of these labs updated, and it's just something that needs to be done. But they're still getting, like you said, they're still, the functionality is the same. It's just that it looks a little bit different in Oxygen. So yeah, so I feel like for most of you, I'm kind of preaching to the choir here. You guys all know how to do this. I'm not sure if this is new to anyone, because I'd really like to explain it thoroughly if it is new. But if everybody's, this is kind of old hat for everybody, then I'm kind of preaching to the choir, and we can move on. But what this step is we're checking for urgency, and then if it in fact is high, then we're doing something. And so what we're doing is we're sending an email, and then we're just letting it proceed. Okay. And I'm not going to fill out the email part right now. This would be the email section. And this would be what your workflow looks like at the end. And now, they're saying here that you can, rearrange your arrows and such to make it look a little bit sweeter and neater. So you can actually come in here and create a handle and then drag the handle. If you've got too many handles, that's a problem, because every handle you created makes the line floppier and floppier. But if you just have one handle, you can just grab it here, and yeah, this is basically showing too many handles. Yeah, and so it starts to get to be a mess, so I usually just delete and start over when too many things are happening. So I'll come in here and grab this again, drag it over, and then grab the handle, drag it down like that. So you can clean up your flow, make it look a little nicer, easier to read. So yeah, so that is, for all intents and purposes, it's the standard incident workflow. Now, in this next exercise, we're actually creating another workflow, but we're leveraging the save as function so that we can just take and start from where we just left off. So in this case, we can this one's named incident standard. We'll go ahead and save as, and we can name the next one maybe like incident FCR, first call resolution. Hit save, and now we have two workflows, and we've just copied the other one. So we just need to change this one to be a, oh, I guess this is not a first call resolution. It's a front office incident workflow. So I need to rename that. But then we're going to end up putting in additional elements here. Right down here, we're adding to the workflow here. Putting in these additional options, and ultimately get to the end here.
Yeah, that one's putting in a approval step for the client. Was this issue resolved? Yes. Cool, it can close. No, keep it open.
Yeah. So I'm going to get to this one right here because this one is kind of a neat concept. It has to do with the routing tickets a little differently. So yeah, so for this one, the additional steps were, this is just your standard, and then you know, typically with an incident, we have a kind of a standard out of the box workflow for incident, and what it looks like is something like this. I'll just show you one of our examples in our not there, in our one of our servers, demo servers. So if we come in here, and I just come up here and take a look at workflows. So got a couple in here. And so this would be your standard. And so what we can see here is this is what we deploy out of the box, and it's basically represents the ITIL standard incident workflow process. So you've got the notification that the incident's logged. You can see here I didn't put email in front of it because it's kind of obvious what it is, but the step is still the same. Got it filled out accordingly, going to the recipient. And then, you know, I'm using something here called email components, which I'll explain here in just a minute. These actually make your design more standard, and maintenance of your workflows a lot more efficient when you use mail components, because it's like coding in a modular fashion. You basically reuse common components, and if you need to change something like the footer, if you need to change something in the footer of your notifications, you only have to change it in one place, and then that change cascades to all the areas that it's referred to. But if we look at this, we've got the same thing, the notification. We've got the first step, which is analyze and resolve. And then what we were being asked to do in the exercise is add this user approval step, which you can see here, this particular step, unlike this step has one handle coming out of it, so you can only go in one direction. This one has one handle coming out of it, so you can only go in, and then the next thing you can do is come out of it. You can't do anything else. The approvals have three handles. The green represents a you know, a affirmative or an acceptance. So if the user accepted whatever it is they're being asked to accept, in this case it's the solution to the ticket, you know, the incident. If they accept that solution, they basically indicate, yes, this solved my issue, thank you very much, you can close the ticket. Then this path is followed. If they reject the solution because it didn't resolve their issue, then this red path is followed. And in this case, we're routing it back to the incident owner and we're calling it a rework step. When the incident owner determines a better solution, then they send it back for approval again. So there's a loop here. And I've actually seen some clients where they want to count the loop, make sure that, you know, we're not looping back and forth between the tech and the end user ad nauseum, that you give them like maybe 2 or 3 loops or 2 or 3 rejects. And then on the third one, you actually route it to something else. You route it to a resolution group or maybe a supervisor or something like that. You know,
That'd be so useful because, oh my God, our clients will reject things even though they say it's, you know, resolved, but they like keep rejecting it.
Right.
And like if the ticket becomes a massive mess of, oh, sent for approval, rejected, opened again, sent for approval, reject, opened again. This is ridiculous.
Right. So yeah, one kind of thing is that once you have your ticket close, you make it really tough for it to be reopened, because when you reopen a ticket, you kind of lose your resolution metrics and all that, because, you know, if you have a ticket that never closes, if it closes and constantly reopens, you can never really measure its effectiveness. So you can close a ticket, and then if you need to reopen, what you do is you clone it and open a new ticket, something like that. Or in this case, like if they're just rejecting a step, you could have that, you know, go back and forth a few times and then route that to a different process, so that the user knows that if they reject more than a couple times, they're going to have to deal with different people, and they're going to have to justify why they're doing what they're doing. So I've seen that put into place. We can just see we've got a simple, you know, situation here. The other path here has to do with, you know, what this approval step allows the user to do. When they go into this step, they're allowed to either accept, reject, or request information. So if they click on request information, then they're asked to, you know, provide the question that they want information on, and then that gets routed again to the incident owner. But in this case, it's not a rework, it's just to answer questions. So the incident owner answers a question, sends it back to them, and hopefully at that point they can approve the solution, and then it, you know, the ticket proceeds. And so when the ticket does then proceed, if you want this step in your process, you can put a survey step in here. And so the survey, in this case, we've got a little condition here. It's actually, it's a stored proc. We've created this stored procedure called, you know, survey eligible. And then in that stored procedure, we have, you know, basically just some if then else logic that is checking to see based on conditions. And so you can see here we're feeding in some parameters, and we're basically saying, in this case, you know, this says 00. So what we're saying here is always send a survey. But normally the parameter, this parameter has to do with the number of times a person's received a ticket, and this parameter has to do with the duration between surveys. So, you know, typically you might see something like 530 in here. So that what that would mean is that when you enter this step and then this stored procedure is executed, it looks to see if a survey has gone to this particular user in the last 5 times they've sent in a ticket. If they've sent a ticket in like 4 times, they're not eligible for a survey until the 5th time. So 5 tickets or more, you could do that, or you could put in 1 or 2 or 3, whatever. And then this one's the duration. You could say either that, or you say, well, 30 days have elapsed. So if 30 days have elapsed, they're eligible for another survey. And so this is just a little condition that we have in here to prevent the user from being surveyed every time they, you know, submit a ticket. And so you can control how often they get surveyed. And then so if this condition returns true, that they're eligible, then we send them a survey. And if it's false, then we just skip that and go right to finish. And you can see, you know, all these lines are coming out of here. This has 3 handles as well, but they're all going to finish. So regardless of whether the end user completes the survey or not, or rejects it or accepts doing the survey or says, no, I don't want us to do a survey, it's going to complete. So that's a standard. That's what we were, you know, heading towards when we were, you know, building out the different workflows. So let me pause here and just ask if there are any questions about, you know, workflows before we continue.
Could you go back to that workflow really quick you were looking at before?
Sure.
And can you go into that user approval one?
This one here? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just want to see what it looks like to get that request information path. So info request completed. So where is it offering here to send it over to the info request part? That's, I guess, where I'm confused.
Yeah, so that's in the step. So so the actual step, the approval step, has 3 conditions that you know, that the user's allowed to check. Either they accept it, reject it, or they request info. That's in the step. I could demonstrate this by just let me just demonstrate it real quick. So if I just create a ticket. Okay. And let me just create a ticket. Okay, and then I've got this, you know, greatly simplified right now. I don't have much going on in this particular server, so I've just got a standard workflow here. Put the title, ticket description. So we've got it classified, and I'll go ahead and assign this. Okay, and so then the first step will be the analyze and resolve. I'll go ahead and complete that. It's going to the service desk. I'm pretty sure I'm a member of the service desk, so I'll be able to resolve that straight away. Okay, so we got that. And so I'm just gonna come in here and say, okay, for testing purpose, I'm just gonna say what I'm doing here. AR comment, I'm gonna say finish. And just for demonstration purposes, this is an example of, what comes out, you know, the notification. So this is just going to the requester, or, you know, the recipient, saying that your incident has been reported, you know, the incident you report has been received and assigned to, you know, a technician. So that's what they get initially, you know, from that first step. And so then when the technician works it, then he's presented with a box here to put in his solution. This is the solution. Okay. And then you could indicate what the root cause analysis returned if you so desired to do that. Okay, and so then now this should change to the user step. Okay, now you can see in the user step, let's see here. So the user wouldn't typically be in Service Manager. What they would do is they would get something like this. And what I do, I haven't done it with my demo, but what I normally do is I put a third icon here for request information.
That's
What's that? Not hearing you. I hear a lot of clicks. I think we're losing you.
You know?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's a little better.
Yeah, that's what I thought, is that you would put in another button in the email, and then that button defines where it's going to go in the ticket.
Well, so you do this just because you don't want your user, logging into Service Manager, or
Right.
you basically give them the same functionality in the self-service portal. But if they were to actually log in here, this is what they would see. This is what I meant by this step has these options automatically.
Right. Yeah.
Accept,
Okay.
reject, or request info. So if they were to do this, or and I just haven't added this to my server example here. If I had that request information button here, they could click on this, and it would be the same thing as this. And then what they would do is they would then put in a comment as to what information they wanted. And in this case, when I do this request information, then I have a questionnaire that pops up, and that's what you saw in the step. When they request information, then this questionnaire pops up, asks them what information they need, and then they fill that out. And
You
that
don't want them. You don't want them saying, "Yeah, request information," but then not give any context as to what they want.
Right. And so when we look at that workflow, you can see here it's a little bit subtle, but you can see here we're talking about workflows, we're talking about intake, information intake. I've got a questionnaire right here that's associated with this information request option. So if they request information, I have this questionnaire pop, which you just saw, that asks them what kind of information are they requesting. Now you can do the same thing with, you can see here, you can add questionnaires. If they say accept, you might want to, get some more information based on their acceptance. If they say reject, okay, or this is just the general questionnaire for the step. So, this questionnaire will actually pop up when they exit the step. Just like if you see in the workflow has a questionnaire. And we call this the main questionnaire for the workflow, or the intake questionnaire. This is the first questionnaire that they see when a ticket is created. So you can place these questionnaires, call them input mechanisms, because that's what they are. You can place these at various places throughout your workflow, and they become very useful in gathering information. And so that's what we do. Okay, so incident standard workflow, that's what that looks like. Now if we, let's see here, where did I put that? It's right behind there. So we've got some other workflows here. This one's actually kind of interesting, because what this one is demonstrating is how to actually route a ticket letting the system determine how the ticket gets routed based on certain conditions. In this case, the location of both the technician resource and the person requesting help. So if you look at this lab, and it's an interesting lab to do. It takes a little bit longer to do because you have to set up a few elements. But if you just look at this lab and read through it, so it's saying here, we'll automatically assign one of multiple correct support groups based on location or department property of the end user. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're introducing a couple of new things, using domains and using domain roles. And so as I mentioned in the very beginning when we were talking about fundamentals, that a domain can be used to restrict visibility of the content of the data, restrict the visibility of the data you have in your system to only specific users, or you can also use it to route tickets based on conditions. So in this case, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to create a couple of domains. We're basically going to, take the United States and break it up into two sections, the East Coast and the West Coast. So we're going to create one domain called infrastructure or infra east. And then we're going to create another domain, infra west. But before I get to that, I guess I should say how we're going to build out the domain. So what we're going to do here is when we build the domain has 4 configurable parameters, as I mentioned: location, departments, asset types, and service catalogs. We're going to use locations as a parameter. What we're going to say is when we create this domain, we're going to say that the domain basically is filtered on these locations. Okay, so that will, you can see here, these are locations that are in the eastern part of the United States. And then we're going to create another domain. Oh, and we've got Florida as well. Okay. And then we're going to create another domain called Infra West, and we're going to put in Western locations. Okay, so now we've got 2 domains, right? And they're filtered on either the East Coast or the West Coast. And then we're going to create some groups, some support groups. We're going to call one group the Infra East group. We kind of, we make it match the name of the domain. And in that group, we're going to put in, the specifics of the group, who the members are and such. We're going to create another group and we're going to create one for East and one for West. So we have 2 groups, we have 2 domains. We're going to combine those, the domain and the group together to form what's called a role. So the role basically is a combination of, like I mentioned, a domain and groups. And so, so what we're going to do there is we're going to create a role, and we're going to call it infrastructure support. Okay, and then in there, we're going to add domain East and the domain East group. And then we're also going to add domain West and the domain West group, just like this. So now you have the whole United States covered, both the East and the West, and you have the groups, associated with their domains, and they're all in a role, and the role is called infrastructure support. The role is then put right here in the analyze and resolve step. Okay, so now you can see, okay, I've got this role. It has the potential of routing to either the East TAC, we'll call it the TAC, Technical Operations Center, either the Eastern TAC or the Western TAC. And we have East Coast technicians in the East TAC and the West Coast technicians in the West TAC. That makes sense, right? And so we can see here we're going to our workflow and we're saying, okay, let's set up this workflow called local intervention, and then it's an incident workflow. And then we're going to use, instead of using the catalog group as we typically do, we're going to take and replace it with the role called infrastructure support. So we're going to put that in here, and we're going to end up with something like this instead of that. And so then what's fun is then when you create a ticket, you log in as somebody from the East Coast, basically somebody that's in one of those locations that we have defined, right? And you can get a lot more definitive. We've actually, of course, set this up for like school districts and such, where all of the schools in the district are represented in this routing scheme. And then so based on, you know, whatever teacher is requesting service, that school has, maybe 2 or 3 schools have a tech or two assigned to them. And that particular tech gets notified based on the teacher, you know, that's requesting help from that a particular school. The same concept here. So what we would do to test this, you know, and again, we would be testing specifically this local intervention situation or scenario. You know, we would have to, of course, well, you know, what's being pointed out here is when we first did our integration, you know, we didn't have our workflows defined. So now we got to go back and add our workflows, but we'll get into that in just a second. I'm just wondering where, yeah, I can come back to this, but yeah, maybe yeah, okay, here we go. I was gonna say I'm jumping ahead, but here we go. So when we're testing the configuration, so we basically, we have a catalog entry that is using this local intervention workflow. And so we create a ticket, you know, with this person whose location is, and that location looks a little wacky. That wouldn't be a good representation. The location has to be in either the west or the east coast of the United States. But we have a person, let's just say. Yeah, I think somebody cut and pasted in here without really paying attention. But so you have a person, a requester requesting service. Let's just say they're in Columbus, you know, and that's in that eastern support area. Then what what EasyVista will do, it will take a look at the location of the recipient and then take a look at the domain, you know, the role that's associated with this step, and look at the domain settings and say, oh, I need to route this ticket to the infrastructure east support group. And then in there, of course, you've got 3 technicians that are on the East Coast. And so, you know, we could go through setting this up. And, you know, I guess then the payoff would be you seeing whether or not the routing occurs the way you expect, right? Which it does, right? So you set this up, you know, accordingly, and then you put in, you know, people here, like this person's from the Los Angeles area, which is, you know, underneath California domain, which then, you know, of course, you route the ticket to the Western support group. And so this is just a kind of an interesting, kind of a cool example of how you can use this sort of domain role routing, you know, in your ticketing. So you don't have to statically define groups that, you know, always get routed tickets, but they can be routed dynamically based on, you know, conditions that you've set up in your domain logic. So that's just you know, kind of an example of how you would do that. So I just talked through all that. Now what we're supposed to do is actually do this exercise. So what do you guys think? Do you want to do this exercise? We could do it together, or you guys could take a stab at it individually.
My company does not use domains, so we just use company whole.
Right.
That's mainly because we only have one service desk, right? We only have one place in which all of the incidents flow. So, and then it is at the service desk that determines where else it needs to go. We don't let EasyVista decide those things since we have one centralized area. However, it's nice to know that the option's there, you know, so.
Yeah, a lot of folks do the same. And that's what you'll see. Like if you look in the demo database, you'll see a lot of this, you know, sort of routing, you know, demonstrated. You know, how we were trying to figure that out, you know, yesterday with the printer technician routing to the HP maintenance group. That's what was happening. They were using routing logic, domain routing logic. So just want to point out that it's there, and so you can use that to dynamically route tickets. And that's one approach. I mean, of course, I've set up business rules where you have different routing techniques. Like you might have the desire to have sort of a round robin routing technique, so that even though you're routing to the same group, you may be auto assigning to different support people with every ticket, and you would put of course conditions in there, like if a particular technician in the group is available, so check their availability. And then you also check to see, you could check to see and you typically do, you check to see who was in the group that's available has not had a ticket assigned to them in the longest amount of time. So, in other words, I mean, that could be a condition where you say, okay, you just assigned a ticket to one technician, so then he's not eligible to get a ticket until everybody else gets one. So then you route to the person that has not gotten the ticket in the longest amount of time, and then you route to the next person. So there's logic like that you put in the system.
Is there logic for when a ticket is submitted? So, COVID, the changer of all things, when that hit, before our service desk was 24/7, and then since staff reduction and stuff like that, we had to just go to a Monday through Friday graveyard into kind of 5-6 p.m. and then we're closed from 6 to midnight. Could you make a condition where it's like, if any tickets come in during that time, it routes it to like a different queue so that it differentiates the tickets coming in from closing hours and whatnot?
Yeah, you could do that easily because you already know your business hours. So,
right.
You can set up a rule that just said if tickets come in after business hours, you can route them to whatever you want, a different group, or put them in a queue, put them on hold. I don't know, whatever you could think of, but you can do that.
Cool. I don't think we ever will. I think, so our incident, workflow in my mind is pretty set in stone unless we really want to change things. It's the service requests, service workflows that are the juicy part, at least for me. So
yeah, it's always fun to try to come up with logic that kind of makes things flow a little bit better, more simply, and takes sort of the busy work burden off of you, so you can think about more other cool things to do. Rather than
one thing that just came to mind though, so like once we move to Oxygen, we are hopefully going to try and build out like the knowledge base and stuff like that. Either that's connected to Easy Vista or that's connected to a different software that we might be using. But like one thing that I can think of is like if a ticket is sent during the closing hours, it instead sends a different email to the person. It's like, hey, you did submit a ticket during closing hours, so here's a link to go to the self-service portal or the knowledge base, which may be able to help you resolve it on your own, stuff like that. Because we've been getting complaints. We were a global company, but we're getting complaints from people like in Australia who are their middle of the standard workday is during our closing hours, so like they're really mad at us. So
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, if you can offload some of those requests, even front end it with like a self-service portal that has that link to your knowledge repository, so they can just go right into it there first and not even email you, but just go right there.
Yeah, no. That's the thing is that it's an advertising thing, right? So we can advertise all we want. Hey guys, we do have this self-service portal. Not everyone listens, not everyone gets the memo. So it's like more ways to inform people other than just the standard announcements and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can get really creative, different things. So yeah, and not everybody works the same way. So you've got to offer different kind of solutions. So yeah, well, we're probably due for a break. Now, I'm just looking here at where we're headed. We've got about another hour and a half or so, and I just want to see kind of how we want to spend our time. So today, for the rest of the day today. So I'm looking here if I can rifle through all of my windows here. So we've got I'm looking here. So we've talked about integrations until we're sick of integrations. We've talked about some of the workflows. We're down to this point where we're actually, you know, kind of at a point where we really want to sort of connect the dots. We want to create a workflow, see how the things that we've done with these integrations work together. Basically, in our 50,004 workspace, in our production workspace, we want to see if we can create a ticket. So we need to know what we're missing so we can create a ticket. And then we need to fill those gaps in and then see if we can create a ticket and test it. So I think we probably should at least try to do that before we move on. Now, the next section is just looking at service requests. And so it's kind of more of the same, except that service requests are always just a little bit different because they're more approval oriented. So you'll see approvals there. You'll also see some other things like, you know, purchasing. You'll see the catalog, which then service requests are generally associated with an end user portal because you want to be able to present your service portfolio and then allow people to make requests from that. So we have that we can do. What I'm thinking, we need to finish out these things here, and then we can start tomorrow with the administration folder and looking in it and you know, touching on, you know, basically going into depth on these specific areas and then touching on others of interest. That's what I'm shooting for. And then we can look at asset management, and then we can see what time we have remaining to look at other things as well. So what I'm thinking is, I'd like to see if we can get your 50,004 workspace up to a point where you can create a ticket and validate that it's working. And if you can't, then we can talk about the reasons why it's not working. So is that something you guys would like to do, or is that something you guys are already pretty comfortable with?
So yeah, it seems like the very last thing when it comes to incidents here is this incident management testing. Yeah, so just testing if we have, but it wants to do more integration models of something. My computer.
I don't think we have any more integrations to do. We have what we need. We have, you know, basically we have our catalog set. So I think the only thing we really need to do is we need to make sure we have a good workflow that's routable. And then we need to go back to our catalog and make sure we
right. Okay.
add the workflow in there. And then we can go ahead and test the workflow. And you know, that
Right.
won't take more than probably half an hour or so, maybe longer if we work together as a group. And at least that'll sort of kind of tie it up, you know, put a bow around this process, so you at least understand, if you're not comfortable with this yet, you know, how these workflows get activated, and you know, that whole, you know, connecting the dots there. So I'd be more than happy to kind of walk through that scenario, and then if everyone would like to try to build out what I'm walking through in their systems, then we could all run a test. How's that sound with everybody?
Works for me.
Sounds good.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. Let's get into the, I'll get into my, I'll get out of here and I'll get into my 50,004 environment, okay? And let's see here. I believe that we can actually send emails out of these VMs. We don't have TSAs configured to receive any, anything back, but we can, I think these will generate emails. Let me just, double check this. So we've got this filled out and I've got kind of a bogus address in here, but that's okay because it's a return address, but the outbound information will work. Let me build this. I'll show you what I'm doing, and then what I might do, if you're not all kind of caught up with building the workflow, I'll show you how to actually use this one. I'll show you how to export this one out of my system and import it into your system, and then you'll have this workflow in your system. And that's another nice process to know how to do as an admin. You're going to need to know how to do that when you're trying to move things from your sandbox into your production environment. So importing and exporting is pretty important. So let's just make sure we've got this one pretty close to being finished. So I want to check this condition. I think this condition is okay. We're just checking for urgency set to 1. So that's all we really need to do here. And then I just want to make sure we're sending an email when it is set to 1. So notify of high urgency ticket or incident, something like that. And so we're going to send this to, now, I could say we're going to send this to the requester's manager, let's say, or so we've got a system role called the requester manager. I think we've got it in here. There it is. Okay, and so what we're doing here is that requester sends in a request. If they've set it to urgency high, then their manager is going to get notified as well. And so what we'll need to do, I'm just going to put this in, and I'll just put in something like high urgency ticket. It's kind of just making this stuff up as we go. And I'll go ahead and select the incident number down here as the tag. That's all I really need here. And then I'm just going to put something like this incident. I'll just put it as urgent. It's very urgent. We don't need to demonstrate the other things right now. We'll just do this. So we've got a notification going out to the requester's manager. Okay, now we have to kind of think logically. So whoever the requester is going to be, let's just pretend that I'll go ahead and save this. And what I want to do, I've got this named first call. I'm going to change this name because it's not that. I'm going to go ahead and not edit the form, but I'm going to change the name of the workflow to, we'll just call it incident high urgency. And we'll put the final status is closed. And we don't have a life cycle or a questionnaire yet. Okay, so I've got this ticket. It's getting close to being ready. Now, since we have the requester. If we're going to notify the requester, we've got to have an email request for email for the requester, email address for the requester. We're also notifying the requester manager. So let's just say, okay, in your systems, let's go into your, your employee directory, and let's go ahead and just, where am I? 50,000. Oh, yeah, that's right. We input all these people. Okay, so let's just take a look for our own account, because we had that when we first started. You guys should have all added your own account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my account here, and I see, okay, I do have my email address in here, so I will get notified. What I want to do also is I want to put in a manager. This will be my manager, and I'm just going to go ahead and put in myself as the manager. Let me see if I can do that. Update. I'm going to do the update and make sure I can update the manager. The manager right here, I'm going to go ahead and also put myself in. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to put myself in as the manager and as, myself individually, so that I will get notified as the manager if we have a high urgency ticket. Okay, so I should have the manager in here now as myself. And so I already have my email associated with this person. So, okay, so we're good there. So I know I'm going to get the notifications whether or not I'm the requester or the requester manager. Now, I have this ticket, or I have this workflow, and I want to actually use it. So how do I use it? Well, I have to make sure that the workflow is in my incident catalog. And the reason for that, and I'm jumping around all over the place here, but I could just say, let's just type in catalog and we'll find all of our catalogs. And they're under references, catalogs, and then incident catalog. And so I'm going to create a ticket, and I'm going to use a specific category for this ticket, just because I haven't filled out my incident catalog completely. So I'm just going to, let's just use, we'll use the first one. So backup and restore services, and then I guess we'll call it a server backup. Okay, so I'm going to go in here. I got to remember this category. And so I'm in here, I'm going to associate my workflow. And it's this one here, high urgency. And we would also have workflows for first call resolution and closing, but they're not important right now for the testing that we're going to do. So I've got my workflow associated with this category. So I'm basically good to go. When you think about it, now when we want to start testing, we're going to create a ticket in the requester's name. So the way you create a ticket is you search for the person that you're wanting to create the ticket for. You say, I want to create a new ticket, and we'll just call this test 1. Okay. And so I'm creating a ticket. And then the critical piece here is I'm going to classify the ticket. And the way I'm going to classify the ticket, I'm going to come in here and look in my incidents for the back office services and then server backups. Now I could have just typed in server backups, or I could have just typed in backups, and I could have found this thing as well. But one of the things that has to happen is that when you create a catalog, that catalog needs to be, the full text search indexes need to be updated so that this look ahead searching will occur. So, you know, what I mean by that is that, let's just say I come in here and say I don't have any categories in here. Now, I want to look ahead search. So if I type in server right here, right now, it's not going to find anything because it takes a little bit of time. We just built these catalogs. It takes a little bit of time because they're on a routine that isn't running all the time. It runs, you know, every, I think, like 4 times a day or something like that. So eventually the indexes will be updated so that when I type in server, I'll be able to find, you know, my category. But since I don't have those indexes yet updated, I'm just going to have to go into the tree and then select it manually. Like I say, those indexes occur same day. They just take a little bit of time. So I've got this category in here. So by virtue of me selecting this category, I'm telling the system to associate the workflow, the high urgency workflow, to this ticket because of this category I've selected. And in here, I'm just going to put just, you know, details of the incident. And I still didn't type it right, but anyway. Okay, so now I'm going to I'm thinking here, okay, who is this going to route to? That's what I'm thinking. So when I click the assign button, who's this going to route to? And is this group a group that has somebody in it? So let's double check that before we click this button. So I'm going to demonstrate something here. I'm going to save this as a draft. Okay, so that I can come back to it. And I can always come back to it, you know, in my history, but you know, we're going to come back to this ticket here in a second. So I want to take a look at 2 things. I want to go back into the catalog and incident catalog, look at that category and see what group we have assigned to that ticket, to that category. And let's see, what do we have? We have the infrastructure group. Okay, so let's go over to the infrastructure group right here. I just want to make sure somebody's in the group. And of course, I'm really kind of hedging my bets now because I'm going to put myself in here as well. Normally, when I'm testing a system, I would have 2 or 3 test accounts, and I'd use those, and I'd log in and out, you know, with different accounts to be able to test. But right now, I'm just going to use the same account. So I'm really not going to be sure if if things are routing properly because it's always coming to me. So that's why, you know, you would set up different test accounts to be able to, you know, verify things properly. But I've got myself in here in the infrastructure group. So the same thing that you should be doing in your systems, you should be completing your workflow, associating it to your catalog, making sure that the routing, the group that's going to be routed, the ticket, you know, based on that category selection, has somebody in the group to be able to work the ticket. And so now, you know, we can come back here to this ticket. Let me just look under drafts. I didn't really look at the number. So I'll go under drafts and look to see, I just saved the 1, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is, and it's, yeah, number 18, number 1. Okay. So I can come back here. Now I'm ready to assign this, and it should assign it. you know, whenever you're testing, of course, you always have your expected results in your mind before you actually start testing. So in this case, my expected result is that when I click assign, the system is going to assign this ticket to the infrastructure group, and it's going to send me a notification letting me know as the recipient or as the requester, you know, and I keep using those words interchangeably because the system will actually populate both the recipient and the requester at the same time with the same person. And we can have a discussion about how that's used in a little bit. But I'll just click assign, expect this to go to the infrastructure group, which it did. Now I don't have to go any further here. I could just click finish, or I could look in this group to see who all's in here, and I know it's me, and I could select me if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to let the group go this way. And
you're going to let the group of one decide who works the ticket.
That's right. That's right. And I've noticed I'm not even logged in with that account. So I was going to say, yeah, we're going to be able to see that here, but I'm going to have to log out and log in just to see that ticket. I mean, I can always look it up, of course, but so I just got a notification, and well, let's see if I can show the notification. So this is coming out of the VM. It's not really set up very nicely, but it just said that this was logged. Thanks, blah. It's just a really terse message, but I did get notified, and you would also experience the same thing out of your VM. Now, so I've got this ticket. It's basically showing that it's been assigned to this group, and it's sitting in the analyze and resolve step. Now, one thing I didn't do, and we can do this next, is we can test again and test for the high urgency scenario by setting the ticket to high urgency, or to, you know, the urgency to high. But so I generated this ticket. So what I validate is that I've got a workflow that's associated with my incident catalog properly, and that it actually, you know, created a ticket properly, and it actually associated it to the proper workflow. So if we look over here, we can see that we're actually, in fact, using the workflow that we created, and it's actually executed this step because this is not grayed out any longer. It's gone through here and checked this. It did not send a high urgency notification to me because the ticket is not in a high urgency state. And then it's down here at this step. And then as soon as I finish this step, it will close. So far, so good. Our testing is looking good. Now, you know, when this closes, it's you know, kind of customary that you would send a notification to the recipient, but we don't have a notification in there, so we're not going to get anything. But so let me just go ahead and close this and see. So now, if we look, I'm not really eligible to work this because I'm logged in as this person, and I'm not in that group. So I can do what I've already shown. I can just say, yeah, I can process this action. I can go ahead and take ownership of this. But what I'd like to do is just log in as the correct person. Okay, and the only reason we're seeing this is because I just don't have service apps configured for the VM. But what I'm showing here is now I see that there is a ticket in my group queue. And if I go click on this, because this should be the focus as soon as you log in, that's why we put these icons right next to the, you know, the person's name, because that's typically what people do when they log in. They look right here to see that all is good. They may be checking to make sure that they've got the right profile, whatever, but they see their name, and then right next to their name, you know, are all these icons. And so you can see here's the group queue, and if we look, here is the ticket, and I'm just going to view it. I'm not going to take ownership of it yet. I'm going to view it. I'm going to go, okay, yeah, test ticket. details of the the incident. But now I see, now I can work it because I'm in this infrastructure group. So I could just literally just put a comment in here. I could go ahead and, come up with a solution to the ticket and then put the solution in and close the ticket. I'm going to go back to this queue and I'm going to show you how when I click on this, then it'll just assign me to the ticket immediately. And either way, I could have worked it because I am a member of the group, so I'm eligible to work the ticket. But now I've got my name in here, and I can just go ahead and put a solution comment in here. Great typist. And then finish it. And, we have, this obligatory thing, which can be, taken or left, depending on whether you want to use it. Now you notice I didn't see a solution box pop up because we don't have a questionnaire configured to capture the solution. We would have to configure that into our, analyze and resolve step. That's something we usually do. So I see that, well, the other thing we haven't configured is the life cycle. So I can't see where it's at in the life cycle, but I do see that the status is closed here. But in terms of the activities, yeah, we're all done because we didn't have any more steps in this workflow. So if we look over here, we're totally completed. We've gone through all the way to the end. Now, the next thing we could do is just test urgency and see if we get notified that we have a high urgency ticket that's being submitted. So we'll try that one more time. So this is unit test or user acceptance test number 2. I'll create the ticket, put a great title in there, and then the reason, okay, we do have urgency here, and sometimes I'll make this a little bit more obvious by, putting catalog and urgency and impact in an area that's where you're focusing your attention. It's over here, so we could basically set this here to high. Okay, we put in our description here, and then we go ahead and assign this. Okay, we got an automatic save, so that's good. And it says, okay, selected category could not be requested because we didn't put a category in. That's actually a good thing. We got to make sure we classify our ticket before we assign it. Like I said, you could do a look ahead search as soon as the indexes are updated. But we're just doing this for now. We'll go ahead and try to assign it. Now, what we would expect to happen is that we get a notification that says this is a high urgency ticket. I'll just go ahead and do this. Okay, and I heard a ding ding. Every time I get an email, I have a ding ding on my phone. Sometimes it's a little too much, it's too irritating, but so let me just flip this over. I got to change this so you can see this. And I didn't spend a lot of time, with this notification, but you can see here, this is the notification that came out from this ticket. Number 2, this, incident is very, very urgency. Yeah, boy, I'm doing a great job. Anyway, so if we look at the workflow, we can see here that this time we went through and the condition was checked and met and was true. And so since it was true, then it sent the email and then it went through the true path. We would have seen in the previous one that this was grayed out and then it went through the false path and still arrived at the same place. So far so good. Our unit testing or our acceptance testing has all passed. So we've done a good job. So does that sort of resonate with everyone?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Now there's some items that, you know, we could have gone into more depth on. And I'm just going to sort of list them out and see if anybody has any thoughts or any questions about these items, and we can go a little further into them. But so we're talking about questionnaires. We're talking a lot about questionnaires, but we haven't talked about how to make them. So I'd be happy to discuss that and demonstrate, you know, a simple questionnaire and how to make it and how to associate it to either a workflow or a workflow action. We could do that. That's one thing. I'm thinking, let's see, what else could I talk about while we're on this topic? Well, let's see.
So in the documentation, it's having us go into the incident management to get those workflows filled out in the catalog. And it looks like it's having us do another integration model in which we go into the catalog data folder. And then it looks like we're trying to execute it again, and that will fill out the workflows. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, you are. And so what it is that the first time we ran the integration, those workflows that we have specified on the spreadsheet, the ones that say standard incident,
right.
those things don't exist. We don't have them in our system. So when the integration executed and it was, you know, then creating the records, you know, for the catalog, when it looked for the data for workflows, it didn't see any data, so it couldn't add it to the catalog at that point in time. So now what the idea is that you go back in and you create your standard workflow, you create your, your immediate solution workflow and your closing workflow, and then you run that integration again. At this time, all of your catalog items will update with those workflows, so you don't have to go in manually and do it. And
right,
quite simply, we don't have to actually build the workflows out. We just have to make sure that their shells are there. So, and then you can go back later and build them. So I'm just going to look here and see what we called them.
Yeah, standard incident, immediate solution, closing workflow.
Okay.
So mine would break because I named my workflows differently than the
so
one
they just need to match here, right?
Right.
So yeah, so whenever and this is the point, is that whenever you're doing an integration, your items need to match. If you call out SLA and you call it out like this, but your SLAs are actually, called out by different names in the table, then they're not going to match and they're not going to populate. Same thing with root cause. Now the reason these populated is because we had the auto increment set, so it populated kind of in the reverse fashion. It basically put the SLAs into the SLA table rather than us already having them there and then calling them out, from the catalog. But if I just add a standard incident, an immediate solution, and a closing workflow, then we can run the integration again. We don't have to change anything. We just run it one more time. We don't even have to import it again. We can just run it because we've already imported it once. So I'll just come in here and I'll just create 3 shells. And I keep clicking up there. For some reason, I can't find my favorite because I guess I didn't save it. Thought I did.
You saved it on your other account?
I guess, yeah, I guess I did. I keep jumping around. So we'll just come in here. And so what we'll do is we'll just do this rather quickly. We'll come in here and we'll call one of them standard incident. And we'll just fill out this and this. That's all we need. And then I'm just going to save that and create another one. So I'm not actually building them, but I'm kind of creating placeholders for them. Oops. Immediate solution.
And just to reiterate, you could technically go to the one we've already built, save as, and then name it as standard or immediate or
Yeah,
whatever,
you could.
right?
Yeah, you could. You could change the name, or you could simply go into your spreadsheet and put in the name
and change it there, and then yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. So whatever is easiest, whatever is most correct, I should say, because ultimately you want to set it up the way that you want it to be. Okay, so closing, and that's closing workflow, right? It's the only one we call workflow in the examples anyway. And then they just fill out the minimums here. Okay, so now we have all 3 of these. Let's go back. Do I have? Yeah, can't. So again, instead of clicking on my favorites, I'm having to search for it. Now, see, you can, again, create your own menu and then kind of put your whole set of favorites in your menu, right? You can do that. But anyway, here we are. So we've got immediate, closing, and standard. We have our workflows now present. So now if we just went back into the integration model, and clicked on this one, and we don't even need to re-import because it already knows from the last time. It's still associated with the last import, and that hasn't changed. If we change it at all, then we obviously have to re-import it, but I can just go ahead and just execute this again without doing anything else. Just go ahead and execute it.
So we wouldn't just want to do it like an update only?
You could do update and insert. It's just not going to insert anything. It's not going to find anything new to insert. You could change it to update only if you wanted to, but it's not necessary. So if we look here, you see how it's updated, but it hasn't inserted anything. And that's all based on, it comparing the unique key with what's already there in the system. And since we haven't changed anything, it had nothing new to add. And then, we can look further into this catalog log item. And really the only thing it's showing us is that all it's done is just updated the catalog. And specifically what it did, I'm not sure if we can see this, but we know that it updated the workflows. So yeah, we can see our workflows in here. Let me look at something here. So we can see one of them, but if we go into the catalog, let's see, oops. Yeah, and incident. Okay, and now if I had a list view here, which we're going to talk about when we start talking about editing forms and filters and views and stuff, if I had a list view that had, workflow, immediate solution workflow, and closing workflow in my list view, then I could just see them all here. Now, I do see that I have some of them that, were skipped. And so let's see. I kind of want to look at these and say, why were these skipped? Because I know that we had in the spreadsheet, I think it was copied all the way down. So let's just take a look. And you got this little circle thing churning along here. I guess it's getting busy, and what time is it? It's 7 hours ahead, so it's what, 19? So that's 7, 8 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know why it's getting busy in Europe at that time, but anyway. So I can see here these workflows didn't populate. Cannot be requested. That doesn't matter. It might be that we skipped that in the spreadsheet. So if we looked up antivirus in the spreadsheet, we can get to the bottom of it. We can see what happened. So let's see, where are we looking here? We're looking at see, all of these are filled in. So, we have some down here. Okay. So here's one. And see, yeah, this makes sense because it's doing exactly what we told it to do, right? We have some items here that were skipped. And that could be by design, or it could just be our mistake. But I would think that this would be a viable selection. And so we definitely want to have a workflow associated to this, and we'd want to have all this filled out. So we should have just copied down on all of this. But that's okay. At least we can see what's going on. We could update this. Of course, then we need to re-import our catalog, and then we can run the integration again, and then the appropriate items would update. We wouldn't be inserting anything new because we're not adding any new records. So that's doing exactly what we told it to do. So we can't blame the computer. We can only blame ourselves. Okay, so now, and when I'm validating a catalog, this view here leaves a little bit to be desired because I can only see one of the 3 workflow types. And I really would feel more comfortable if I could see the workflows and the group in charge and make sure they're all filled in. And I'd also probably put the column in here for cannot be requested. So if the column cannot be requested is true, then I wouldn't really care if, the workflows were missing because that particular category would not be requestable, but I would want to see those things. So, so one thing I can do,
just real quick, I am a little confused as to why there are 3 different workflows in the sheet.
Mm-hmm. In the sheet.
So in the Excel sheet.
Okay. Well, let's just take a look at a category here, and I'll hopefully help unconfuse you.
I guess I don't get why. I guess it's tied to urgency or impact or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll explain. I'll explain it here as soon as the system does whatever it's doing. I'm trying to get into one of the catalog items here. It's kind of slowing down here. The end of the day, Europe time. Yeah, all these
They should all be
VMs.
home right now drinking wine. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, they probably have their automations all turned on to do their system maintenance and all that, and figuring nobody's using their systems, at 8 p.m. But little do they know that we're using them, and it's not 8 p.m. here. And they do know that, but it's hard to coordinate. So as soon as this VM decides to show me this catalog entry, I can talk to it, I can speak to it. Basically, there are 3 workflow items per catalog entry for an incident. You've got your main workflow, and that one's pretty obvious, right? You select the category, and that main workflow is the one.
So I'm able to load into it for some reason. And yeah, I can see that there's workflow, immediate solution, closing workflow, 3 different workflows in the same, catalog.
Yeah, and there's a reason for those 3. Because on the intake form, you have the 2 little buttons. One says resolve, and the other says assign. Remember when you created a ticket?
Right.
Yeah, so when you click on the resolve button, you're essentially saying, I, the person that created and took and input the information into this ticket, I'm resolving the ticket because I have the answer to this person's question or issue. So I'm resolving this on first call.
Right,
so
yeah.
When you resolve it on first call and you hit the resolve button, then the immediate solution workflow is the one that's associated with the ticket.
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's first call resolution, normal workflow. Right. And what would the closing workflow be?
So the closing workflow is used when you have a ticket associated to a parent ticket. The parent ticket could be a major incident, or it could be a problem, or it could even be a change. When you close the parent ticket, when the parent ticket closes, then the closing workflow is initiated by the child ticket, and whatever's in that closing workflow will happen. So you can actually close children linked to the parent. When the parent closes, all the children close, and what happens? The closing workflow is the one that gets activated.
I see. Gotcha. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So that's what that's for there.
And of course, you have to build out all those workflows. The immediate solution's really easy. It's it starts, it immediately ends. It may send either a survey or a approval for the client, and then it's done. Standard workflow we did already, and then the closing workflow would handle parent tickets, children tickets, stuff like that.
Yeah. So yeah, and you can have in those workflows whatever you want to have happen. So you can have, I'd be a little facetious, but you can have an email go off to a device that receives the email and rings a bell. And every time you close the first call resolution flow, it rings the bell. I'm just being facetious, but whatever kind of action you want. So, all right. Well, so I hope we're feeling good about that. I hope we're feeling good about creating, the elements that we need. Of course, there's still more elements that we would need to create to really fully implement a system, because, we're not touching anything that has to do with, SLAs, for instance. We'll kind of go into that tomorrow. We have a section on, managing referential data, and all that section's about is just me going in and sort of describing what all of these referential data items are, and then what they're for, And as far as managing them, it's just, how do you update them? How do you get data into them? All of these tables. So we've got that to cover. So, I guess this is a good time to, stop for a little bit of a break. And then I just kind of wanted to ask that we're kind of wrapping it up for today. I mean, we have this other section for service requests that we could go into. And I'd be more than happy to do that. Or, if you want to talk about something else like, business rules or questionnaires or something that you're all chomping at the bit to talk about, we can just have kind of a little bit of an open, Q&A session right after we get back from the break for the next 50 minutes or so, and then we can start in tomorrow with the rest of the content. I guess I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm going to answer all of the questions you might have, and that, if there's something that you'd really like to see, we can either discuss it now or at least I'll know about it and we can discuss it tomorrow.
Most of my questions are related to service desk, or service request workflows and stuff like that. So, because as I said, our incident workflow is pretty much set in stone. If there's any change that's going to happen, that would be very minor. But we're constantly updating service requests and modifying them and reassigning people to who handles them, what group handles them, stuff like that. And I've definitely gotten deep into the woods there that I could use some help with. So,
Okay. I mean, so we could talk about that a little bit. So, I mean, we're kind of on track to talk about service requests anyway next. But I was just wondering from the others if there were any other areas that you were kind of hoping that we would cover, and I want to make sure that I do cover, those things that you'd really like to see.
Yeah, Rick, this is Barry, and we just discussed yesterday that we would talk about asset management tomorrow. So I'm covered for today. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we're going to definitely get into asset management. We've got that on the calendar or in the curriculum. So yeah, we'll do that. And just wondering if there's anything else. Anything that you're really just, curious about? I mean, if not, then, what I'll do is I'll just continue to proceed with the core curriculum as it's laid out, and then we'll get all that covered. And then when we get to the end of that, then we'll definitely have time for, other topics. But yeah, because we are kind of skipping, over some of the labs and the time associated with that we do have a little bit of extra time right now to maybe discuss whatever's on your mind. I guess what I could say is, why don't we take a break? Maybe that'll, give us some time to think about maybe what we might, are curious about. And then when we come back, then if we don't have any questions, I'll just proceed on with the curriculum, which is we're going to take a look at the service request workflows. So yeah, why don't we break now? And I've got 4 after the hour, so let's just come back at 1/4 after the hour, and then we'll pick it up for the final 45 minutes for today. Okay, I'll see you guys in just about 10 minutes. They're probably in the same AZ, but they, who knows? Because if you look, all of these let me just look at something here. You know, all of these addresses, well, they're in the 52, you know, the class, the A octet, 52, 44, 35, 44, 52. It could be all over.
What's the private IP, or don't you know?
No, I just have the public IP.
Okay.
Because these are, you know, accessible over the, you know, net, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Let me send you this one. You can give it a shot. It's the same password to get into it. Let me know if you got that thing.
Just a minute.
Yeah, this one seems to have calmed down. I don't know if it's going to stay that way.
Like I said, I killed that module installer.
Yeah. So, however that got tripped, I don't know. Sometimes they just kick off on their own, but yeah, it seems to be a little quicker now. So you might be able to use this one, but you can also play with the other one too if you want to.
Let's see what I can do here.
I'll go ahead and get out of this one. Okay. So let's see. Disconnect for me. Okay, well, we're all back. It's a little bit past quarter after. So we've got about 40 minutes, it looks like, to cover whatever else we want to cover today. So I'm going to kind of open it up to the floor and see if anybody has any questions about anything specific that either we've covered so far or something you'd like to see covered. And if I can answer your questions or cover it in the time remaining today, I will. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and take a note to make sure I cover it tomorrow. And if there aren't any questions, then I can just go ahead and proceed with service request fulfillment and just show a couple of more workflows.
So I do have something, Rick. Took your advice and reflected on what I want to ask during our break. So, and that's sort of like the mail side of things in EasyVista. You mentioned that you might go over kind of like those mail components or mail templates and stuff like that. But one thing that has kind of plagued me in my time at service desk at my company, and now that I'm an EasyVista admin, haven't really gotten a chance to look into. But when our service desk guys, so we got a lot of people who self-submit tickets to us, and a good 8 times out of 10, when they self-submit their own issue, they don't give us enough info, right? So we either have to call them, message them, email them, and we tend to usually email them through the ticket. And when the email is being sent, it says that the email is being sent from our service desk email address. But when it appears in the client's inbox, it is actually putting our name out there. And that is kind of a little problematic because we send an email asking for more, info, and then the person has our name. And since we're all in the same company, they can message us directly through either their own email or through Teams. And that is a little problematic because it's like, hey, no, we can't help you. You're kind of skipping the line over the people who are calling, especially if we're already working with someone else. So I was just wondering if that is something on the service or on the EasyVista side of things, or if that's something to do with our own mail settings through, 365 Azure and stuff like that. So,
well, there's
wondering about that.
Yeah, there's some things that we can control in EasyVista. So So let's see here. And now I'm pulling up just a random demo server. Here we go. But let me just go in here. And so, what the heck? Let's see. Okay. So one thing you know about the return address that you need to set in the system, right? You probably have that set.
Right. That's
And
when
if
the
not all.
emails, you know.
Yeah. So when
That's part
emails
of the
go out,
workflow.
there's there's that, but then there's also in your parameters section, just think of parameters as your system settings, and then in the parameters, there's a section called other parameters, which really kind of gets down into defining system settings. One system setting here that you need to make sure is set properly is this thing called AST. It's basically TSA backwards, just because the French, transpose everything. But this is
okay. That makes.
they really. If you look at the way they spell technical support agent, it's agent of technical support or whatever, agent support technical, whatever it is. But anyway, that's why this ended up being AST here. But anyway, you want to make sure you set this support return email address.
Okay.
And the system uses that as the default. You also have in your workflows, of course, you set a return address. And so you want to just cover your bases that way. But then, when you're actually in a ticket and you're wanting to email out of a ticket, and I'm not sure if this is a scenario, but this is a lot of times, what I see as a problem. So, that when you're in a ticket and you have the option either here or we could say here, this says notify the support person, but up here you have the option to say send an email to the requester. And like I think I demonstrated, we could put a button over here under the user info that kind of makes that obvious. Well, when you click on this, up comes the dialog and it has my name in it. And I'm not sure if that's what you're using.
So yeah, this is what our service desk folks use. And in the from, it's our servicedesk@igt.com email. But as I said, even though that is set in this particular window, when it actually arrives in the client's box, our name is revealed. I think it says it's from servicedesk@igt.com, but I forget exactly where our name is put in.
It actually is put in parentheses after that. That unfortunately is something that was put in by design. I'm not sure, why, because that never used to do that. But then I started seeing that behavior. I'm going to go ahead and override. This is where I would change the settings here to make sure. It sounds to me like you've already done this. I'm going to override this value with I'm just going to pretend to use this as my return address.
Okay.
And then save this in the from. Now, sometimes I get fooled because I changed the wrong one. help@evtry.com, because I've got two froms here. So I want to make sure both of them are covered. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Now, when I save this, and then I open this up again. Okay, now it's up here now. Then it comes from here, and now let me just try sending something. I'll just send this.
And if you think about it, if you're a company that is taking support calls or supporting clients that are, third parties, I guess that would make sense. Like your name being revealed as the support person of the ticket, makes sense, because the only real way they're going to contact you directly is through that very same email. but we're all, at least our service desk is internal. We're a big company, so we support our internal employees, and that's the problem, where they can get our name and then contact us through other means that our company has communications for. So
so this is what we're expecting it to do. It's actually showing who the technician is, but it's not giving the technician's email. And the reason, we're not trying to hide the technician's email, we're just saying we want, if they respond to the email, we want it to come back into the system.
Right. Yeah, but they could take that name and copy paste it into Teams, copy paste it into their Outlook, and they can find us through the global address list.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you kind of bring that scenario up, because for the longest time it didn't show. It just showed the return address. It didn't show who it was from. And then there was an argument made that, well, we want to make sure that the people know who it's coming from, so.
But see, again, it makes sense if the people you're contacting are a third party, and that's the only way they can contact you back is through that very same email, which is what you want, right? But I worked in service desk for 5 years, and I just absolutely hated it when I sent emails out asking for more details, and then they're pinging me directly while I'm on the phone with someone else saying, hey, I can give you all the stuff now. And it's like, okay, now I have to take the time and tell them no, respond to the email, I'm on a call, I can't help you now, stuff like that.
Yeah. So, well, we do have this thing called mail component, or mail templates. We have mail components. Mail components are used inside of workflows, but mail templates are basically used in these wizards. So you can create a template, and you can see here, I'm just going to create one quickly. I'm just going to, okay, we're going to say we're going to use this from the incident perspective. And so what you can do is you can customize content, so you can create like an outline of things that you are requesting. And you can use this as a template to send information to the customer. Now, you can come in here and you can customize all this stuff. You can put in, the tags and stuff. So just like you would in a workflow notification. But now, let me just give this a name, test template.
For example, like this one could be need more information, right? So it's just
need more information, and you list out what you need, and it's always in this template format, right?
Right, and then you would just choose that from like the list of templates from the send email once you have it made, pretty much.
Yeah, so
I'll just for you.
Finish this out. Let's see. Let me just put something in here. I'm not trying to make anything too fancy, but just put it. I just created a template. So now I'm wondering. Let me just see. Hope I didn't have to provide the context. I might have had to provide the context, like tell it what wizard it's associated with.
All right. Yeah.
And let me just look at that again here real quick. There's this part here, form name. Yeah, I can get specific. Let me just see if this will work generically, and then if not, then I'll have to come back in here and give it a context. But so then if I go back to ticket and use that wizard, I should see that I can select from templates. If you don't have any templates, it's not going to show. But if you have a template, then it'll show. There it is right there. And yeah, see, I'm expecting it to show up here. So it's not showing up here because I didn't give it the context that it needs to show.
You would have to say, add it to send notification to requesting person, pretty much. Okay.
But then you'd have a template there, and you could switch to that template. Now, I'm not saying that the from address would be altered. I still think it's going to come out the way it's coming out now.
Right. Yeah.
And so that part, I'd have to, maybe see if we have any other options there for you. But
yeah, at some point, I thought that if I get time, I'll look into it, try and resolve it. It's something that's very low on the priorities. But coming from Service Desk is like one of those things that I feel like would really help out those guys.
Yeah. And what's critical is that when you send emails out from the system, you want to make sure that any emails that go out from the system have that metadata in it, so that you have the ticket number at the bottom of the email. So when they reply, then the CSA can then put the incoming email back into the right ticket. And then further, we'll usually implement a business rule that notifies the ticket owner whenever there's incoming email into a ticket, because you can get email in a ticket and not even know it's there, unless you get some sort of notification.
So right now we have and it's kind of funny because it does use this AST sort of thing. It's connected to our shared mailboxes, EasyVista admins. If someone incorrectly sent an email to Service Desk, it will show up as a email to us, and it has this. Let me see. In the subject, let's see. Yeah, so like in the subject, it puts AST in front of it. And then that's telling me that something went wrong. So this person sent an email from their own personal mailbox, and our environment's set up to only accept emails from our company domain. So it's not going to work. It's not going to talk to the EasyVista, right? So that's easy. We just send an email out saying, hey, you need to use your proper email if you want to talk to EasyVista. And then, so what was I going to say? Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here in the day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's yeah. So I guess your TSA is set up to maybe catch those emails that are unknown to the system.
Right. Yeah. So that's good. That makes sense. I did look in our own system real quick, and I do see that the TSA or AST support return email address is blank.
Yeah, you want to make sure you've got something in there. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And usually what you put in there is the return address is basically the item that's being monitored by EasyVista, the inbox. Because that's, when they reply, that's where it's going to go. And then you want your TSA to process that information.
Right. Yeah. So I'll make sure that is updated correctly. Maybe that is the root of our issues. But it seems like, as you said, it's built into the system, at least when it comes to sending emails out, that it is going to attach our name to it, no matter what. So
yeah, I'm not sure. Again, sometimes these new features, they have, they've added some trigger or some switches that allow you to turn on and off certain things. So I'd be curious to kind of take a walk through the parameters and see if there's anything associated with that. I don't know of any, but I might have missed it.
One thing I was going to do, at least in the future, is just submit a support ticket to you guys asking if it's even possible, if I couldn't figure it out on my own. But I was just curious to see if you would know that off the top of your head. So we don't need to dominate all the time with that.
Yeah, like I said, it used to not be like that, and then it recently changed to that as a new feature. So anyway, so so I wonder, is there anyone else that maybe has any questions or comments, concerns? Okay, well, what I'll do then is, so the next part of the curriculum is talking to request fulfillment. And then tomorrow we get into this stuff. So we can start talking about this. Some of this may carry over into the morning. But this again is kind of a repeat of incident, but it's a little bit different because it is service request process. So the big difference is that with service requests, your workflows look just a little bit different. They usually have some sort of approval associated with them. And so let's see here. Here, I'm going to log out of this real quick and double check. Let me see. Okay. So let me do this actually without, I'm not sure I want to go through the process of building one. Let me just talk to one that's already built. Because we just saw how to build them. They're not that hard to build. So let's just see what I've got here in the demo environment.
It's also highly dependent on what the service request is. If it's a new hire request, oh boy. Those things can be monsters.
They can be, extremely different. So you've got a lot of these are, now see, these are a little bit hard to know what they are. I mean, you can certainly deduce that this is a service request. These are, but I suppose, yeah, services. I mean, you can, but it would be easier if it just said something like request or SR or something in front of it. So okay, these are all of my workflows for service. I know all of these are for incident because we've got that preface, but I mean, I'm not sure what these are going to look like, but let's just take a look at them. There's a whole bunch of them. I guess the thing that we could point out here is that there's a fair amount of incidents, more so than we usually see. We only usually see about half a dozen incident workflows, but like something like this printer workflow, it's kind of unnecessary, I would think, because if I look at it, let's just take a look at the steps. There's nothing unique about this. This looks just like a standard process. You just have so I see that, what they're doing here is they're associating this to a printer technician. And, they're doing that role-based routing. And so, I'm just thinking you could do that based on the category selection and make that more generic. But anyway, I mean, it's okay to do this. Now, this isn't that complicated, but this is a separate workflow to maintain. Now, but with service requests, you end up having quite a few. And so let's just look at some of these, see what they look like. Yeah, these are not too outstanding. Just a couple of things going on here. Normally, I can show you what we implement as a standard. These demo items are not that impressive. So let's see, I'm not sure, but I'll double check. See what I've got. So in this one, I'm not sure if I have a lot of work being done in service requests, but let's just check. I've got a couple of service items, not anything specific. But it does have something.
That's a monster.
Yeah. So this is how they can grow. You can see this one's taking up a little bit of space. And this is by no means, I could be considered a real big, workflow, believe it or not. I've seen some of them that have close to 100 steps, but it's just logic, and you're just executing through different conditions. So, you can see here, we're basically just looking to see, in the beginning, how we're going to, set up our approvals. Okay, so whether or not we're, so this is all about approvals. We've got an approval here, and then we've got some internal steps, and we've got some notifications. So if we looked at this, this first condition. Yeah, let me just see if I can break this down real quick. So, we're selecting from C, so the requester's information, the ticket number, and the request number, and then we're determining that, the requester is not the manager, and so we're saying that that we're needing a manager approval. So down here, then we're looking at the recipient's department manager, and that would be the first approval step. And that's what I say about service requests, is that they're usually more involved because they have approval requirements. And so we have an approval step here that's going to the department manager. And then there's some internal updating going on here. And I don't know that we need to get down into the weeds on all of this stuff, but we're definitely doing some database manipulation here for this. And so we've got an approval step here, and then we're coming here and determining whether or not we need to do a check, whether or not a manager for financial approval is required. You have in your employee record 2 managers. You have one that's just your manager, and then one that's there that you designate as the manager for financial approvals for certain types of requests. So you can populate both those fields, and then they can be used in cases like this. And then so when you get through the approvals, then we branch off and we decide, okay, what needs to happen next. And this is a new request process. And so, it looks like it's getting, processing for the request versus logistics. I'd have to look at this to see what the condition is, why it's going one way or the other. And again, we're getting into, a whole bunch of tables connected together with joins to try to pull out specific information. And so can be purchased. Yeah, so we're trying to decide whether or not something needs to be purchased or if it can just be fulfilled with inventory. And so you can see how this goes. And depending upon, this is the true side, which is we've got, the items in inventory, we can do the information, we can do the installation directly versus we need to maybe, open up a purchase order and order the information and fill the request, with, fill the inventory first before we can actually fulfill the request. But then we go into, then we always have a self-service approval, basically the person receiving, the service or the hardware or what have you, whatever they requested, and approving that fulfillment process. And we've got, this logic here for if they ask for more information versus, if they've rejected and it needs to be reprocessed. So very similar, to the elements that we saw in incident, though the, there's a little bit more, action going on here, and we did definitely have some approval considerations. Now that's just a, a kind of a generic approval
real quick
process.
So that part where at the bottom of the request there where it's like installation, is that its own arrow going down to the self-service approve, or is it actually combining with that other arrow from?
No, it would be a separate arrow. They just overlaid it.
Combined it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. If I grab it, yeah, because there's no way to connect those. They just overlaid it.
Okay,
if I
just
grab
making
it right here, you can see.
Yeah. Okay.
They just kind of made it a little bit like this one's a little thicker, but they're just kind of trying to make it look pretty.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, really, let's see here. New request approval by users manager versus department manager. Let's see if this one is any different. It's probably going to look similar. Okay, so yeah, we're just looking for the manager approval instead of department. It's just the individual, but the rest of the steps are the same. So, but there you can see here, it's a little bit more involved because of the approvals. The actual fulfillment are these steps. And then we're back to, the user validation. That's what these are. Very similar to incident with the exception of the approvals. And then, let's see. Just trying to think.
Just to highlight too that in this service, making service request workflows, this is where it really gets useful using the save as function. So like that whole approval process there, you can save that as that, copy it over, and then instead of it's a manager who's approving it, you can now say, no, this is a level above director approval. So like if you had requests that require manager approval, cool, it goes to the manager, but then you can copy that same workflow and change it to director. So and then name that one director. So if it's a director or above approval, then it'll go through its own logic. So it really behooves you to make these standard workflows as best as possible. Then you can just build off those in later iterations of other requests. So,
yeah, I'm thinking I have an example here, customer that's not quite live, and so I'm just looking in their sandbox, and I believe I can show. So we've got their sandbox image showing us where we're at, but I believe I can show what we've set up as just kind of a standard service request. And let's see here. So we come in here, and so manager approval, standard approval, standard software. These are not going to be nearly as involved, but this is just like a typical out of the box approval. So we've got in here, we don't even have so here's what happened. This standard approval, well, the first approval the first workflow that was created was one with an approval. And then we cloned it, as Calvin's saying, and then here's the clone, or here's the copy, and then I just took the approval piece out, and then we had this standard, service request without an approval. If I go back and take a look at the approval piece, then it's going to be laying right in here. And this one happens to be on top, but I believe we had it at one point in a different place. But so you can see here, again, the steps. You've got notification out to the recipient. Of course, that's just telling them what their ticket number is and the fact that they've, the system's received their request. Then you come in here and you've got an approval. And this is the recipient's manager. So this is defined in the system. When you populate the employee records, you've got the manager of the individual right there, so you can use that. Again, we're handling the rejection path. When the manager rejects, the decision was made by the client to just close the request. We're not going to, bring it back to the requester for an opportunity to resubmit. This is like they get their chance to submit it. If the manager, in this case, rejects it, it's done. They'd have to resubmit a new request. They could, the manager can send a request back to the recipient to get more information before the manager makes their final determination of whether or not they're going to approve it or not. But then, if it's approved, then we just go right to fulfillment, and that's where the catalog group team, that group comes in to do the fulfillment of the request based on the catalog item, or based on what was requested. And once it's fulfilled, then the ticket is put in a fulfilled status, and then the customer then at that point is asked to just validate that they are satisfied with the fulfillment of the request. And if they're not, we have this review the solution, or a solution review. And this actually, so even though this says incident owner, it's the same as the service request owner, same functionality. So this was a reuse, right? But we're basically just saying whoever owns the ticket, the last person to actually, this person here, the person in this group that was assigned to fulfill the request, they're the person that's the owner of the ticket, and then if there's a problem, then they're going to receive it and then consider a new solution and then send it back to the customer.
So Rick, sorry to dominate all this time here, but this is how you would have to do a customer validation for a service request, right? Because I've been told that you can't. So, like, in an incident, when you send a approval to the client to see if it's resolved or not, in that one, you can say if it's rejected, it goes straight back up to like the analysis and resolution step, right? And then it can continue on from there. But you wouldn't be able to do that in a service request. You'd have to make it like this, where it's its own sort of action. If the customer rejects it, it's now going to the review solution field. That's what I'm seeing here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could, you could just take the red arrow and send it back here, and then you're in this loop. So if they reject it, then when you send it back here, then what happens is when you enter this step, then the status gets changed to the entry status, just like if you were coming in here. So that's why we don't send it directly back, because we want to change the status to something that indicates that the customer has rejected the, not the solution in this case, but fulfillment of the request. And so that's why you need an extra step for that, because the step, when you enter a step, that's where the status gets changed.
So I made a test request where I did that, where if the customer rejects it, it goes straight back to the fulfill request, and the system did not like that at all. So I don't know if I was doing something wrong, or if it's something that I had to build out differently like this, where it's not going back to the fulfillment, it's going to another section of the workflow.
Yeah, no, I think you can do it. The only problem is that, I mean, I've seen it done. I've seen examples of it, and I've also seen examples, like you say, going back to another step. And in this case, like if you were talking incident, you're saying that we would send it right back to the analyze and resolve, which is essentially just sending it back just like this. I've seen that work, but the problem with it is you kind of lose focus on where you're at in the process, because the life cycle then shifts back to fulfill request, and you're not sure if you've fulfilled the request already or not. So if you have it go to something like this,
you could argue that if you brought up the request on, the service desk side of things, and you looked at the history of the request, you can see that was rejected the first time, but that would require you actually looking at the ticket. Whereas, as you said, yeah, this one's distinguishing that it has already gone through customer validation. If you see review solution, that means someone rejected it.
Right, and so you could show this either in the status, or you could even have a separate lifecycle chevron that shows that it's in review. And so when you first look at it, immediately you're going to see, okay, it's in this phase, customer has rejected the solution. And then, yeah, you can certainly then look at the history to see, how it got to that point. But yeah, different techniques.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll look at my dummy request again and see if I made some sort of mistake. But yeah, that's what I did. It's at the customer validation, and if it's accepted, it closes it. If it rejects it, it goes back to the fulfillment, from the first step pretty much. And it did not like that. I didn't invest too much time into it, but
yeah, because we're doing that here with this, and we're doing that here with this. I don't, and I've seen it work this way as well. So, but I would say that from a design perspective, like here, we're not changing the status. And then here we are changing the status, but we're not really changing. I'm leaving the lifecycle phase alone, so it's always in the validation phase, even though the status is different. So you can see, well, it's sitting in the customer validation phase, but it's been rejected by the customer. Okay, I know exactly what's going on. So
right.
Anyway, and there could be other ways to do it, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately, right now our system is built in such a way where the only customer approval is with incidents and not with requests. So if the request is filled and the admin does their request processing and they click done, it just closes the ticket.
Oh, really?
And that's been really biting us in the butt, because sometimes service requests aren't done. So then they call the service desk saying, hey, I put in a request. They say it's completed. It's not working. So now it's a incident being filled out saying request number this is not done, So that's probably one project I'll have and go is, it's kind of a nightmare though, because we use so many different requests that I would have to go in and modify that in all of our workflows, which might not be tenable. So we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're always sort of trying to review things like code review, refactor, maybe try to, reduce the complexity, make it more simple, because it's always going to try to tend to be, technology is going to tend towards complexity. So you're constantly trying to force it to go the other way. And yeah, enhance and, decide that maybe you don't need as many workflows, but you can use a little bit more abstraction and a little bit more modular approach, and reuse the same stuff. But anyway, those are some design considerations. So, well, I appreciate everybody's time again today. It looks like some of us are needing to drop off, so we are at the end of the day today. So again, we'll go ahead and start this up again tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern, and we'll get right into system administration, and then follow that on with some other open topics, asset being one of them. And so I'll see everybody tomorrow.
Cool. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, thanks, Galvin.
All right, thanks, Rick. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Mhm.
I think
Good
it's
day.
Barry.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.